5 o'clock on the dot this Wednesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We've got one more day of normal summer weather, but then all of Tennessee will be under that excessive heat warning starting tomorrow. Got the details during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Starting today, Nashville Electric Service says it will pause disconnection of service for non-payment due to the extreme heat headed our way. NES says it still wants to make sure everyone's safe. And if you have problems paying your bill, NES says just call them. Meanwhile, TVA says it's working to protect the power grid to make sure electricity flows to keep everyone's air conditioning flowing, telling News 2.
At TVA, we've been preparing since winter and in the spring to ensure that we can keep the power flowing.
Yeah, you remember that December's Arctic blast brought rolling blackouts for the first time in TVA's history, and in the aftermath, changes at TVA. Local utilities say the best bet in this heat is to turn up the thermostat around 76 degrees, scale back using appliances, close those blinds to keep your home cool, and keep demand off the grid. Covenant school shooter manifesto update. Governor Bill Lee stopping short of calling for its release. When asked by reporters yesterday, his response to families of the victims who want to keep it private.
I mean, it's hard to express to the parents opinions about anything. They alone know the pain that their families have endured and the difficulty and struggles of that. I can't understand that. I can understand that it is a very bad situation for them. I continue to believe that Tennesseans need clarity about this.
Lee says clarity in regards to why information has not come forward and releasing information if it's appropriate. A special legislative session to enact new gun laws is set to begin on August 21st, although the governor has not officially called it yet. Later today in our nation's capital, President Biden will highlight his economic vision for the nation for the next few years. He's going to call it Bidenomics, a brand name that many Americans don't agree is working, with a recent ABC News poll showing 54% of the country thought Donald Trump did a better job with the economy. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
What a difference a day makes. Stocks rose on a round of better-than-expected economic reports. The Dow closed up 212 points, the Nasdaq rose 220, and the S&P added 50. Airlines led the way. Delta rose 6.5%, the carrier saying it's still seeing pent-up demand as passengers make up for lost opportunities to travel during the pandemic. American and United were both up more than 5%. Consumer confidence jumped this month to its highest level since the start of 2022, and orders for durable goods rose in May, despite analysts' expectations that they'd drop. Ford Motor Companies announced another round of white-collar job cuts, a cost-cutting move as the company continues to transition to electric vehicles. Several hundred engineers and other salaried employees are learning this week that their jobs have been eliminated. Last week, Ford let about 20 contract workers go.
Futures are mixed ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 12, S&P down 9, Nasdaq down 73. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
go, my fellow Americans.
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:07, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Ken Weaver,
Yeah,
it
Brother
sounds
Dan
like if
Mandis.
there was a theme song for the day,
Yeah.
it is going to be hot, hot, hot.
I thought you were going to do The Heat Is On.
No, that'd be too obvious.
Yeah.
I could do that, though, too. The heat is on.
Yeah. We could do, who did that song, Hot Child in the City?
That would be Billy Idol. No.
No,
That's
not Hot
Billy
Child
Idol.
in the City.
Whatever. Anyway, it's going to be really
Child
hot
in
today.
the city.
Highs in the lower 90s, as a matter of fact.
Now, today's going to be a normal summer day. It's just going to be normal today.
Yeah, low 90s? I guess that is.
That's
hot.
normal.
You know
That's
what?
normal for this time of
It
year.
is days like today that I realize how cushy our gig is.
Oh, yes.
I mean, we're here. Literally, if you look at Super Talk TV, almost every day I'm wearing, some sort of old man shawl kind of thing because it's always so incredibly cold in this place. But, there's people out there, man, bless their hearts. I mean, they're out there, and I mean that in the most respectful and loving Southern way, where, they're delivering packages, they're delivering mail, they're working on asphalt, they're doing all that stuff that, people do outside.
Roofers.
Oh, can you imagine? So my hat's off to you folks that have to work outside today and, during the summertime because, here we are in the nice freezing temperatures of the WTN studio.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you'd like to watch us on Super Talk TV, you certainly can. We are on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and 997WTN.com. That is, again, Super Talk TV. You can hear, by the way, the web show on your radio at 99.7 on your FM dial. The Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. And by the way, Ken, if you check us out on Super Talk TV, the noon to 3 Murphy Show. He left me a message, actually, on his, what do you call this thing, an easel board? He left me a message here in the studio on the easel board, which if you'd like to check it out,
It's the whiteboard.
the whiteboard. You can see it behind my left shoulder. And what Matt Murphy had to say to yours truly. We'll talk about that later on this morning on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Now, enough with the niceties and the weather. There is a lot of things going on. Things are getting really hot in Washington, D.C., too, especially as it relates to Hunter Biden. So we have stories on Hunter Biden. We have the absolute absurdity of Biden and the Biden administration trying to desperately sell this thing that they're calling Bidenomics. Now, I don't know if I was ahead of the curve yesterday or whatever, but I mean, big time in the news today. Awfully convenient, cringe Jean-Pierre. She was off yesterday because the previous day, as I covered for you yesterday, she was out there trying to sell Bidenomics, which, as everyone knows, the economy is in the crapper. Everyone knows that. Inflation is high. And so now they think that it is somehow in their favor to try to sell this concept known as Bidenomics. Now, I don't really understand it because while you would say that, yes, the situation with inflation and gas, it is getting better. And I believe year over year, it's gotten a little bit better. But the bottom line is, stuff is still really expensive and a lot more expensive than it was a couple of years ago. And so the more that they try to do this, the more that they try to sell this, again, this concept known as Bidenomics, the more the White House is going to be ridiculed, which, by the way, they absolutely should be ridiculed. And so the more that they try to do this, and they try to do this on the campaign trail, then this is going to be a big, big problem for them. And so we'll cover that for you as well here on Nashville's Morning News. I do find it interesting is that one of the things that they talk about here in Washington, D.C., is the fact that this president does have a penchant for lying. And so the more that this president continues to lie, the more this administration is going to have problems heading into the 2024 election. Because everyone knows that when you talk about the economy, poll after poll after poll has shown that the American people are not on board with this concept. I want you to listen to what happened yesterday during the White House press briefing.
Polling continues to show this pretty large disconnect between the economic successes that you all are touting and highlighting this week and the way Americans are actually feeling about the economy, the way they're feeling about their own wallets. You know, inflation and recession fears continue to be a pretty big pull on the president's popularity. So why do you think that is? And is this big rebrand going to be enough to bridge that divide and turn things around?
Well, what I would say is that the president's economic policies are incredibly popular. When you ask people what they think about investing in our roads, bridges, and airports, when you ask people what they think about educating and empowering workers, when you ask people...
You know what I would say? So that is Olivia Dalton. As I said, cringe Jean-Pierre conveniently taking the day off yesterday. So that is a deputy press secretary, name is Olivia Dalton. But she's talking about infrastructure. I mean, you just heard what she said, right? So she says, well, the American people, they love infrastructure. They love bridges. Well, of course we love bridges and roads. That's how we drive. That's how we get around. But that's not the economy, stupid. And yes, I will call the Biden administration stupid because they think that you're stupid. So when this reporter actually asks the question and phrases it in a way where the reporter's like, you do know that one of the biggest drags on the Biden administration right now is the economy because people are hurting. What's the disconnect there? And so they're trying to, as I said yesterday, they're trying to shine this really big steaming pile of crap that is the economy that Joe Biden has presided over. And so this Olivia Dalton, again, this deputy press secretary working for Karine Jean-Pierre yesterday during the press briefing, she is trying to do, exactly what Karine Jean-Pierre did yesterday, which is spin the economy.
About how they feel about reshoring manufacturing jobs and investing in America. Those things are incredibly popular. And we find that when we go out and we talk to people about it, they support Bidenomics. And so that's exactly what the president is going to be doing in Chicago tomorrow. And that's exactly why we're talking to Americans about everything that he's doing to make sure that we grow the economy by growing the middle class, give people the support that they need to grow our economy for us.
Uh-huh. That's their story, and apparently they're going to stick to it. Oh, there's more. There is a bit of a pushback, and just so you folks know, even some of the mainstream media are asking, okay, so who exactly is it that is supportive and really enjoying Bidenomics? Who exactly is it that supports all of this? Because they can't find a lot of folks there within the within the American people that are saying, oh yeah, we're doing really well thanks to Bidenomics. I got more from that conversation straight ahead at 5:15. It's Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. .15 on Nashville's Morning News. Mostly sunny today, and as I said, hot. I'll just stop doing that now because I know that's going to be stuck in everybody's head. High of 93 today, and right now, Johnny, you said it is 68 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, more and more of the mainstream media picking up on the ridicule of Bidenomics and how the American people clearly do not support whatever this Bidenomics is. This happened yesterday in the White House press briefing.
And yet, despite those numbers that you just cited, according to our last poll, 54 to 36% say Donald Trump did a better job handling the economy when he was president than Biden has done so far. You aren't announcing anything new necessarily this week. You are just, sort of highlighting and touting what you've done. Is that enough?
Well, what I would say to you is look at where we were when we came into office, when after 4 years of Donald Trump, unemployment was over 6%.
Now, can I just tell you, that really pisses me off. When she said, Olivia Dalton says, well, when we came into office, unemployment was at 6%. You want to talk about politicizing COVID. I would obviously remind Olivia Dalton and the jackholes in the White House that we were in the midst of COVID just coming out. And so when Biden is out there saying, oh, yeah, we created all these jobs. No, you didn't create jobs. I would remind them that when Trump came into office, what did he do? He cut taxes and he deregulated business. And when you cut regulations and you cut the corporate tax, the business taxes, then you've got these corporations that have more money to invest, more money to hire. That is exactly what Donald Trump did. And so when she says, oh, yeah, unemployment rate was at 6%. Well, again, why was it at 6%? It was, of course, because of COVID. So that is so disingenuous.
And today we are standing here at a time where unemployment is at historic lows. We've seen inflation come down by 50% over the last year. 11 months straight, inflation has come down. We've recovered, our economy has recovered faster than any major economy in the entire world. And that's happening because of President Biden's leadership, because of the economic agenda that he's put forward.
Right. So she says that, yet you have headlines like this. From the Washington Examiner, 4th of July cookout prices are down from a year ago, but still a lot higher than they were 2 years ago. In other words, yes, we are now seeing a recovery. But you know what? Compared to where we were a couple of years ago when Joe Biden took office, we are still paying a lot more in gasoline. We're still paying a lot more for goods and services. And so if this really is what the Biden administration is trying to sell, well, good luck to you because, and I think obviously what they've done is they've looked at the polling and they do realize that this is, as the ABC News reporter there said, I believe it's ABC, that it is the economy, stupid, that is dragging down the Biden administration. But here's what they say from the Washington Examiner. Your 4th of July cookout will be less expensive next week than it was last year, according to the American Farm Bureau Federation. Numbers from the Bureau last year showed the estimated cost to serve 10 people was at an all-time high per CBS News. This year, families will see about a 3% decrease in prices, with the Bureau saying 10 people can be fed with an average of $67.73 as far as your grocery bill goes. But while that is a drop from last year, the prices are still at their second highest ever. And so that's the whole point. The whole point is, yeah, we're down a tad from where we were last year, but it's still really, really high. And so I don't get this play from the Biden administration. So, you know what? Again, and yesterday I played you the audio of Karine Jean-Pierre trying to criticize Reaganomics. And I talked about, the greatness and the positive of Reaganomics. And of course, everyone has their criticisms of Ronald Reagan and Reaganomics and so forth. But by and large, most people do understand and appreciate that Reaganomics did great things for our economy in the 1980s. And so for Karine Jean-Pierre to come out now and say, and the whole thing with Reaganomics, we went through this all yesterday, so I'm not going to do a big thing on it today, but Reaganomics was all about cutting taxes and also trying to shrink the government, among other things. And it absolutely worked. And so now what is Bidenomics? Bidenomics is basically growing the government, raising taxes, it would appear, and also doing whatever you can to spend as much money as possible and spend money on stuff that the American people, quite frankly, don't really care about, like climate change, which is something that the Biden administration is clearly, and Democrats are clearly passionate about. Then we could talk about, of course, the millions and millions and millions and millions that we keep sending to Ukraine. It is 5:21 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. Have you ever thought about why we invest in the stock market? Well, you often hear because we want to protect ourselves from inflation. Well, what is inflation? It's prices going up. Who's raising prices? Companies. What do you own when you own stocks? You own the companies raising prices, so it helps protect us from that. The other thing is this. Think about the most successful people you know. They're typically business owners. And you get to be a business owner when you invest in the stock market. Now, if we think about the stock market, a lot of people worry about, well, what if the stock market drops and it never comes back? Well, this is another thing that I like to explain to people. If the stock market goes down and it never comes back, what does that mean? That means that earnings went down and they never came back up again. So earnings went down. If earnings go down, what else goes down? Taxes go down. If taxes go away, what else goes away? The government goes away. If the government goes away, the FDIC goes away. So think about it. Everything is built on the stock market. That's why I don't ever worry about the stock market going down. Everybody has the same goal in mind when stocks go down. Get it to come back up because we got to get earnings to come back up. Now, you have two things at your control to get earnings to come back up. One is sales. We can change what we're selling or sell more of whatever we have if we can. And if we can't do that, we can reduce our expenses. And that's exactly what companies do. You'll notice that they lay off people when things get bad, and hence that is why the stock market has recovered from every downturn throughout all of history. Now, if you want to learn more about our approach to investing in financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call or call 615-851-1950.
extreme heat and Tennessee's power grid, pesky mosquitoes carrying disease, travel nightmare, and it's not even July 4th yet. These stories and more at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 5:27. Hey, did you guys see what happened at the Pink concert?
No.
You know who Pink is, right? John,
Yeah.
you know who Pink is? Everybody knows who Pink is?
I know
All right.
who Pink is.
So I'm not going to say it now. I'll tell you during the Gang of Three Amigos.
All right.
It's very funny, sort of, what happened at the Pink concert.
Okay.
So we'll talk about that straight ahead during the Gang of Three Amigos on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. People are chiming in, by the way, on the whiteboard message that Murphy Show left for me when I came into the studio. You know, you'll realize just a few days ago, I think, what was it that he said? He left me those 6 Post-it notes that said that Dan Mandis was his hero.
Yeah.
Boy, how things change. I've gone from, being Matt Murphy's hero to, him telling me that, well, I'll tell you what he told me on the whiteboard. If you want to see it, by the way, it is over my left shoulder, and you can on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or Twitch. That is where you can find Super Talk TV. It is 5:28 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. We will, by the way, discuss coming up again during the Gang of Three Amigos. Oh, and by the way, no one is really surprised. It turns out that, yes, indeed, Ken, Ryan Seacrest did get the Wheel of Fortune gig, and the headline is Vanna White doesn't seem to be happy about it.
Oh, yeah, I heard about this.
All right, we'll talk about what Vanna is. I think what she did was she took a selfie of herself in front of all the letters, and the letters spelled out doofus. Okay, we'll move on. 5:28, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Stoltzco. And a lot of folks really appreciate what Stoltzco has to offer. They do build great pole barns at Stoltzco, and more Tennesseans are figuring that out. Now, if you don't know what a pole barn is, it is anything you want it to be. It can be a classic tool and work barn. It can be a garage. It can be a place to live. A pole barn is practical, efficient, and flexible. And a pole barn from Stoltzco is going to stand the test of time because you know what? They've got the best materials and the best craftsmanship as well. So if you're hearing this commercial right now and thinking about a piece of land you have or a section of your property that you don't know what to do with, put up a pole barn from Stoltzco. The phone number is 615-622-5992, stoltzco.com, Stoltzco, stoltzco.com. You can also find them on Instagram or Facebook. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Stoltzco, where quality workmanship and great customer service is affordable. 615-622-5992.
$5:30 on the dot this Wednesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories ahead of what will be an extreme heat warning for Tennessee. Yeah, we've got one normal day before all that comes about. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Nashville's power company is going to give everyone a break to make sure they're safe under the extreme heat starting tomorrow. NES says starting today. It's pausing disconnections for non-payment and encouraging anyone having problems paying their bills to call them. And the message from the state's biggest power supplier ahead of tomorrow is
we're not anticipating having any issues due to, the extreme heat.
Talking about protecting the power grid. A TVA spokesperson telling News 2 they've been preparing since winter. You'll remember December's Arctic blast brought rolling blackouts for the first time in TVA's history. Elsewhere in Nashville, the Metro Health Department says time to protect against a mosquito-borne illness.
It's called the West Nile virus. The good news here is that only about 20% of people who get infected with this virus ever actually feel symptoms. Usually that's just a fever, but it can rarely turn into a fatal neurological illness. The best way to stay safe from the virus is to not get bit. So insect repellent, long sleeves, and pants when outside for long periods of time are recommended. I'm Mac Morey, WTN News.
Yeah, mosquitoes in traps in southeast Nashville tested positive for the virus, but so far no human cases. Holiday travel time upon us again. Many Americans experiencing a nightmare due to severe weather, and it's not even July 4th.
Hundreds of flights are already canceled or delayed today, most of those on the East Coast. The FAA just last month, though, announced more corridors in the sky, which was supposed to ease flight congestion and provide more flexibility. The big question now, though, does more need to be done?
Yeah, Lionel Moe says some frustrated passengers told they won't be able to reach their destinations until next week. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 532, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I love the Glock store. Matter of fact, going to be heading over there later on today. Now, this is where I chose to buy my first gun. It's also where I chose to get my training at the Glock store in Nashville in their Shoot 270 indoor ranges. These ranges are incredible. What I'd like you to do is check them out online. It is shoot270.com, and you can see the videos and the pictures of these ranges. They're not, ranges where you just shoot in a straight line. No, you can run around, you can hide behind barriers, you can do all kinds of things in your training in the Shoot 270 indoor ranges. These things are, again, absolutely amazing. In the last couple of weeks, I've been learning how to shoot in the dark while moving around, while running around, believe it or not, and really upping my training. It's really fun to learn how to shoot and learn how to shoot better in the Shoot 270 indoor ranges. You can call them at 615-682-6565 and book your session today. 615-682-6565. You can also book a session there at the website shoot270.com. The Glock store, 1930 Air Lane Drive, just minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. 537, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the gang of three amigos. Johnny's here. Good morning, Johnny. You get to be amigo number uno today.
Well, thank you, Dan. Good morning to you.
Ken is amigo number 2. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning, boys. Yes.
And I'm Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Brother Dan Mandis.
And then I said, Vanna White apparently isn't real happy with Ryan Seacrest being the new host of Wheel of Fortune, and she took a selfie with the letters, and they spelled doofus on it.
Yeah.
And this was... That's the reaction I got from you two. See, I thought that was a funny joke.
It is, Dan.
Yes,
it's funny.
Are you
because...
guys scared of Ryan Seacrest? Is that what it is?
No, not at all. In fact, if you remember, he was my first choice as the one they would replace Pat Sajak with.
You called it.
I did. Because I'm telling you, I don't care what it is in television. If they need somebody, Ryan's going to be on the front doorstep.
I think it should have been Wayne Brady. I'm serious.
Who's Wayne Brady?
Wayne Brady. He was
there was Greg Brady, Bobby, and Peter.
He's a comedian. He was on that where they would finish your sentence. I got to look him up now. But
What's
anyway,
my line?
Yeah, yes. What's my line?
Never heard of him.
Wayne Brady.
Oh, Wayne.
Ken, you know what your suggestion brings? All right, I'll put away the crickets.
He's a comedian, actor, and singer. He was a regular on the American version of What's My Line? Whose line is it anyway?
You know, there's also Nick Cannon. People like Nick Cannon.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
I mean,
a lot of girls do.
Yes,
dude needs the money for all that child support.
Yeah, he does.
How many kids is he up to now, Nick Cannon? Do we even know?
I think 200.
Do you realize how much money he could save just by going to the pharmacy?
Yes.
Oh, and getting himself some protection?
Yes.
Or even getting the snip.
Getting the snip. It's on my agenda for this year, by the way. Moving on. Hey,
very well.
Very well.
Anyway, my vote goes for Wayne Brady.
All right, very good. Well, here's the story from the New York Post. Vanna White lawyers up, as Ryan Seacrest named new Wheel of Fortune host. Why would she lawyer up, I wonder?
She's working on a deal.
Yes,
Ryan
she is.
Seacrest, 48, was announced Tuesday as Pat Sajak's replacement on Wheel of Fortune. However, they say it remains to be seen whether Sajak's longtime letter turner, Vanna White, 66, will be joining Seacrest on the revamped program.
She's still gorgeous.
She is.
Yes, she is.
I mean, why would they get rid of Vanna White?
If you could keep her, definitely keep Vanna White.
You know, we were talking about cushy gigs. Like, we have a cushy gig as compared to the, poor people that have to work outside. I think she's got the cushiest gig ever, turning letters.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And, more power to her. I'm not, saying anything negative.
No.
But,
she does it well.
When you are a letter turner, a professional letter turner, what do you think the easiest job is? Is that literally the easiest job out there?
Other than radio?
Well, radio's depending on what you do in radio.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hardest part about radio is dealing with the egos, right, Johnny?
Yes, sir. Damn right.
Easy jobs out there.
White, who has appeared on Wheel of Fortune since 1982, has reportedly lawyered up in the wake of Sajak's retirement news and amid claims that she hasn't had a pay raise in 18 years.
Really?
Well, now that's
18 years?
Well, now that's a sticking point.
Okay, now I've got two things to say to that. One is, at some point, that is your choice.
Yeah.
At some point, I would say to Vanna White, because I've had this conversation with people, at some point, that is your choice, where if you're not getting the money that you want, then you're free to go do something else.
That's true.
I mean, I hate to say it, but that's true.
How much does she make a year?
Let's see here. White has been making, oh man, I don't know how she does this. $3 million a year.
Oh man.
Since 2005.
Is that all?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's dang near homeless.
Yeah. Boy, she's having.
You see, that's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
like, you know what? You turn letters.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no other way to say it.
You smile at the camera and turn letters.
That's exactly right.
And say, hey, Pat, how are you?
Now, Sajak.
Pretty soon it's going to be, hey, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan, how are you?
I wanted your gig.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll say, I'm doing good, Kelly.
See, I think that's the thing. I think she wanted the gig. I think she thought, well, once he moves out, I'll be the host. And when it didn't happen, I think she's not happy.
You know what? Did she ever fill in as host
I think she did.
in all that time?
I think she did. Sajak, by the way, was making $15 million a show, at least back in 2016.
Over her paltry $3 million. See, it's because she's a woman.
Okay, that's. You're clearly being facetious.
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right, good.
But you know that's what she's going to say.
Yeah. But here's the thing, is that Sajak is more of a personality, and he was able to carry the show rather than the letter Turner Vanna White.
Very true, but people did tune in to, look at her.
Did people really? Do you think people really did tune in to look at Vanna White?
When I was younger,
I'm asking because I never watched Wheel of Fortune.
I think I did once, and it was just to look at her.
Okay.
Yeah.
I never did. I mean, she was part of the chemistry of that show. Yeah. I mean, she just really worked well with Pat Sajak. I mean, she's pleasing on the eyes, but I mean, they never sexualized her, I don't think.
No, they did not. I give them
Well, what did
credit
she
on
wear?
that.
Did she wear sexy dresses?
No, not
Okay.
really. No, what happened with her is that good old Hugh Hefner found some test shots she did for she was wanting to be a model.
Mm-hmm.
And so she dressed in some very skimpy negligees and posed with a T-shirt with no underwear on.
Really?
Yes.
Where's that, Johnny? Where can I find that link?
Playboy even put out a book on it.
Did they really?
Oh, yes.
See, that's kind of messed up.
Well, I think so.
But I mean, when you go in and you pose like that, don't ask me how I know, but when you go in and pose like that,
did you have a
have
George
to sign the
Costanza
waiver.
moment? Did you?
Sure. I would go into a situation like that, and that's what I would hear.
Don't worry. I think all three of us would have that problem.
Yes.
Here's the thing. I mean, now with this out there, I mean, can Vanna White, will that chemistry be there with Pat Sajak?
No. Maybe if they go play pickleball together.
You mean Ryan Seacrest?
Oh, yeah, Ryan Seacrest. Who did I say?
You said Pat Sajak.
Oh, I never mind.
That's okay. I think the pickleball threw you off.
Looks like Dan was moving on anyway.
Yeah, he was. Very well, Dan. Very well, Ken. Moving on.
When I start playing sound effects under the two of you, that means it's time to move on.
Yeah.
Although,
very well.
Listen, let's just not forget the greeting that I got with my, Vanna White doofus joke a few minutes ago where I got nothing but crickets out of you two. So this is my way of moving on.
Okay.
Fair enough. If you look at the Super Talk TV over my left shoulder, you've got Murphy who left me a note that says, "Hey, Mandis, you're going down like the Titanic."
Yeah, in fact, I saw it being put together yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yes, and I think the person jumping from the Titanic, that's you, according to him.
I'm not that tall.
Oh, okay. Maybe.
But anyway, yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
No, you know what it is?
What?
If you look very closely, watch this. This is so terrible for the radio.
Yes.
But if you look at this,
yes,
you've got a guy
Get the
right
pointer
there,
out.
right there at the tip of the Titanic.
Yes.
And it looks like that person right there has actually pushed me off of the Titanic.
That's probably Murphy.
That's probably Murphy. So
Yeah.
Murphy is
Wearing a
pushing
Georgia
me.
Bulldogs cap.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
And by the way,
all of this coming from a conversation we had yesterday, in case you missed it, where somehow we ended up challenging each other to a game of pickleball.
well, you originally wanted him. You wanted him on a team. With
I wanted to have a WTN pickleball
But
team.
no, he wants to now go against you in a pickleball face down, and now, kind of thanks to me, he's Well, Ramon was walking up and down the hall, and he asked me if I'd ever met Ramon. I said, "Oh, of course I have."
Very large individual that is on our sister station.
So I told Murphy, I said, "Well, there's your pickleball player right there." Not thinking Ramon would go for it, but Ramon loves pickleball, and now he's going to be on Murphy's team.
Thought it was.
Are you kidding me?
No.
He's got a former Pittsburgh Steeler.
Yes.
And a former volunteer.
Yes.
Ramon, what is his
He's
last
got
name?
both of them, Ramon Foster and Ron Slay?
No. Just Ramon.
Oh, I thought it was Ron Slay.
There's a big difference
I was
between
getting ready
those
to
two.
say.
Isn't Ron Slay on
Yeah, it's Ramon.
Yeah, the big guy. Former football player.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they're both on.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
it's Ramon.
You know what? If it's not in this studio, I have no idea what happens in the rest of this building unless we're out of coffee. But anyway.
Either way, Dan, you're probably going to get your ass handed to you.
Oh, yeah, if he's got, yeah.
Okay, well, then I need...
And you might have him put it in a bow.
I need somebody to be on my team then.
Well, get Sleazy.
Sleazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's running for mayor.
At least, Sleazy might have them laughing so hard that they won't be able to
Now,
play.
here's the deal, is that Ramon is a big guy.
Oh, he's...
So
yes.
he might not be as nimble as yours truly.
Well, it sounded like he is from what he was talking about playing.
Yeah, should I not start trash talking Ramon?
I would not if I were you.
He's got a wingspan of 23 feet.
You know what I would like to see? I would like to see Ramon, if I'm going to, somehow play pickleball with Ramon and Murphy, then I would like to see Ramon just throw Murphy out of the way.
It could happen.
I'll hit the pickleball right in between the two, and I'm just going to let Ramon knock Murphy out of the way. That's what I'll do. That's my battle plan right there.
Uh-oh, now the ghosts have come back.
Now my lights are fading.
Yeah, they are.
In more ways than one.
So who are you going to recruit, Brother Dan? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because you can't use us, man. We're too, me and Ken.
You two wouldn't play with me.
Good Lord.
I'm not going to play against Ramon Foster.
Yeah, especially even if we tried, we wouldn't last.
I don't know who would. Is there anybody over there at the zone who is equally as athletic as Ramon?
There's quite a few, actually.
Well, maybe what we need to do.
Blaine Bishop.
Yeah.
Why not?
Blaine.
Why not go?
I like Blaine.
Blaine's
and I like
cool.
Ramon too. Ramon and
like
we
them
have
all,
great conversations in the kitchen over stuff.
Yeah, but Blaine Bishop, I guarantee you he'd be good.
Well, I would go get Ron Slay.
And Ron Slay would be excellent.
You talk about a wingspan. He's got a wingspan of about 40 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll have to see if we can figure it out. See, you know what I'm now starting to feel like? When I was in school, I was always last picked on the kickball team.
Don't feel
That's
alone.
now what I'm feeling like now. Nobody's going to want to play pickleball with me.
On the kickball team, you were the last?
Yes, I was.
Don't feel alone, Dan. I was too. I mean, most people in radio were.
That's exactly
That's
right.
why we got into radio.
We were.
Nobody else wanted us.
Listen, why did we get into radio? Because we're awkward.
Yes.
Dan, I got to ask you.
And in real life, we can't actually carry on a conversation.
No.
That's my big problem.
Did you ever strike out in kickball?
So, okay. There was one time where I was like, because I'm not very athletic. So I'm going to go and I'm going to kick the kickball. And just like Charlie Brown missed the football, I missed the ball and I just ended up on my back. And I had blocked that out of my childhood memory until you, Ken Weaver, just brought it back.
Just like a good therapist.
Well, Dan, you need to face your demons. Not like the ones making your lights flicker there.
I'd rather keep my demons buried.
Well, don't have that Ouija board.
I was going to say, let's bring in the Ouija board.
No, let's don't do that.
That's all right, Brother Dan Mandis.
Yes.
Is it, Ken?
It is, brother.
Because I spent a lot of time, because everybody laughed at me. Why? And I was probably, I think, maybe in third, fourth grade. It was like Riker's age. Oh, man. Yeah, and then he, of course, plays kickball at school. So I was regaling him with stories about how I used to play kickball, and I'd magically forgotten about
striking out,
about missing the ball and ending up on my back. And my mom comes to pick me up, and I remember this. My mom said, "Danny, why is your back all dirty?" And I had to tell her I
was sliding into home, Mom.
You know what? I should have said that. But I told her what happened, that I missed the kickball. When we were playing kickball, I missed the ball and fell on my back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come to think of it, I think that may have been the last time I played kickball. I would like to, so again, thank you.
Well, maybe
Ken.
you and Murphy should play kickball.
Yeah, maybe we should have a kickball tournament.
Now, I would join in on that.
Would you?
I was pretty good at kickball,
All right.
actually.
Childhood games, your favorite childhood games. Let's go to the phones. Mine was kickball.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I also loved, what was the one? Dodgeball. I love dodgeball.
See, I was pretty good at dodgeball.
I was too.
loved dodgeball. Also, by the way, one of my favorite movies.
Yes.
Is dodgeball.
Yeah, that's a good
That
one.
was hilarious, especially Rip Torn.
All right, we got to go.
Yeah, we do.
By the way,
Very well.
By the way, I teased this and I shanked it. Pink. Somebody apparently threw their mother's ashes on stage.
Goodness.
At a Pink concert.
Well, maybe that's what their mother wanted.
Wow.
It was a small plastic bag full of cremated remains onto the stage. So there you go.
Wow.
Boy,
talk about crescendo.
I know, right? That's all right.
Man.
So yeah, and
talk about killing the show.
You know what the reaction was there at the Pink concert when
That was my reaction to the
strike one.
to the documentary on Pink.
Oh, was there a documentary?
Yes.
Oh, then we got to do it at 8:35. We have really got to go. 5:54 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. I'm a big fan of Dr. Kevin Mitchell. He is a proud sponsor of Nashville's Morning News. And as conservatives, we all do indeed need to stick together. And right now, Dr. Kevin Mitchell is celebrating Independence Day this summer, next month, with a fantastic deal for patriots and conservatives. If you've got a chronic back, neck, or knee pain, you've got to listen to this great deal. Your first appointment has become even cheaper, $17.76, $17.76. That does get you your first x-rays, examination, and treatment. You know how much he helped me years ago with my chronic back and neck pain. He's got the state-of-the-art spinal decompression therapy machines, and I do still go for the occasional tune-up. These things really do work, and the therapy does as well. He's got a great new office in Mount Juliet as well. By the way, you call him, you mention my name, you get another 10% off. 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com.
6 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, staring down the next few days, which after today will be a little unusual for this time of year, even if it is summer. We'll tell you about it during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Now, starting today, ahead of tomorrow, Nashville Electric Service will pause disconnection for non-payment due to the extreme heat. NES says it still wants to make sure everyone's safe. And if you have problems paying your bill, NES says call them. They'll work with you. Meanwhile, TVA, the state's largest power supplier, says it's working to protect the grid.
At TVA, we've been preparing since winter and in the spring to ensure that we can keep the power flowing.
Spokesperson there talking to News 2. You'll remember December's Arctic blast brought rolling blackouts for the first time in TVA's history. Local utilities are suggesting you turn your thermostat to 76 degrees, scale back on appliance use, close the blinds to keep your home cool, and keep demand off the grid. Covenant school shooter manifesto update. Governor Bill Lee stopping short of calling for its release when asked by reporters yesterday his response to families who want to keep it private.
I mean, it's hard to express to the parents opinions about anything. They alone know the pain that their families have endured and the difficulty and struggles of that. I can't understand that. I can understand that it is a very bad situation for them. I continue to believe that Tennesseans need clarity about this.
Lee says clarity in regards to why information has not come forward. A special legislative session to enact new gun laws is set to begin August 21st, but the governor has not officially called it yet. And later today in our nation's capital, President Biden will highlight his economic vision for the nation for the next few years. He's going to call it Bidenomics, a brand name that many Americans don't agree is working, with a recent ABC News poll showing 54% of the country thought Donald Trump did a much better job. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
A couple of economic reports point to easing inflation. Orders for goods manufactured in the U.S. rose 1.7% in May, and the Conference Board's Index of Consumer Confidence hit a 17-month high. Those positive results helped to drive a rally in stocks on Tuesday. The Dow Jones surged 212 points to close back near 34,000. The S&P added 1.15%. Advances for tech drove up the Nasdaq Composite 1.6%. A potential lifeline could keep one of the nation's largest wedding gown retailers in business. David's Bridal, which filed for bankruptcy in April, says it's in talks with an international bidder toward a deal that could save about 7,000 jobs. First it was Netflix, now Costco is clamping down on membership sharing. The club-based discount retailer says it's noticed more abuse of card sharing since it expanded self-checkout to more of its stores.
Well, futures are mixed ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 21, S&P down 5, NASDAQ down 47. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville's morning news with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:07 Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. It is Wednesday, June 28th. Man, we've got a lot of news to tell you about this morning, including Donald Trump and his reaction to the audio that was leaked by the DOJ to CNN. Big news story, of course, as everyone knows, yesterday, where some say it is a smoking gun regarding Donald Trump allowing people without the permission, the authority to see these classified documents, to see those documents. And of course, we all know about the indictments and the background on this story. Now, what's interesting, a number of different things. Number one is Trump's reaction to this whole story. Because remember, part of what I said yesterday is that the timing is obviously very convenient, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to bury the Hunter Biden, Joe Biden story by, of course, continuously upping the ante on the Donald Trump leaked documents story. By the way, coming up at 6:35, all the very latest on what is going on with Hunter and Joe Biden. That is also a very big story this morning, but some curious things. Some curious updates with this whole Donald Trump thing. So first of all, we have to just all accept the fact that, yes, this audio was released as a distraction. Now, that being said, it is also a legit news story. So let's go through what the former president's reaction was with all of this. First of all, again, you know that the audio was released, and a lot of folks out there saying that the former president absolutely should have been indicted for this, now that we've heard the audio. And of course, we talked about this yesterday. Most people said the audio doesn't really do much to change their opinion. But remember, CBS News and Catherine Herridge covered this story last night, and they, of course, played the audio.
Except it is like highly confidential, secret. This is secret information. But look at this. You attack.
Yeah, that is the president, former president, saying, look at this, look at this. You can even hear that he's got the paperwork. And they also, of course, yes, played the audio where he does admit that these are classified documents. He says, when I was president, I could have declassified it, but now I cannot declassify this so that it is classified. You remember this piece of audio?
Declassified.
Yeah.
See, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is classified.
Now we have a problem.
Isn't that interesting?
All right, so, you've got the president, and he's with, I think, 4 other people in the room. And in this report on CBS News, it is, again, a report with Catherine Herridge. They also had an expert on, a guy named Tom Dupree, who used to be with the Department of Justice. And Dupree told Catherine Herridge and CBS News that special counsel could really make hay out of this, of course, as you can imagine.
I think that the special counsel will be able to use this recording very effectively before a jury, because he can argue that they've captured on tape the defendant narrating his own alleged criminal activity.
See, that's what I said yesterday. Again, does it rise to the level of all of these indictments? Of course not. But then this is the part that's really interesting. So I've played you yesterday I played you the entire thing, but now we've got these 2 isolated cuts that everyone is playing. The president talking about how these are highly classified, top secret, and so forth. And then that last cut where he is literally, as this guy Dupree said, he is narrating where he says, these are classified. I could have declassified them, but I didn't, so these are classified. He is seemingly admitting to the crime. And that is something the special counsel will be able to use. Now, remember, this is all having to do with Iran, where the president was saying that Mark Milley, he was out there saying that Trump and others, by the way, New York Times and some other places as well, was accusing Trump at the time of wanting to attack Iran. And so Trump is showing the people these documents where he's saying, this completely exonerates me. Look at these documents. It is clear that Mark Milley and the Defense Department, they were the ones that wanted to attack Iran. And so Trump is defending himself. Catherine Herridge ends up wrapping up her segment on CBS with this comment.
And CBS News has learned that Trump has not been charged for keeping the document he's talking about on that tape. Special counsel Jack Smith's office declined to answer our questions about the Iran memo or the audio tape. Trump has pleaded not guilty to all charges. Nora.
So she also tweets this out, that this particular memo regarding Iran is not among the documents or records underlying Trump's illegal retention charge. And also remember that they don't even exactly know where that, what that document was that he was holding or what it was about. So there's two different parts to this story. Again, she tweets out this particular memo that the president was referring to is not among the documents or records underlying Trump's illegal retention charge. Well, then why is it being leaked by the DOJ to CNN? Well, it's because they want to, number one, make Donald Trump look as bad as possible. That, of course, is number one. And yes, two, they are trying to distract from the Hunter Biden and Joe Biden situation. So there's a lot going on. The president also, by the way, he did defend himself. He was cornered by Fox Digital. I've got that audio for you straight ahead. Also, the New York Post. They've got this headline regarding the president. This is the headline. Trump claims he was lying about having a classified Iran attack plan. Supposedly, the president told ABC News and another news outlet that this was nothing but bravado. We'll talk about that straight ahead. And also the audio from the former president talking about how everything that he did was on the up and up. And the conversation, the president says, was perfect. It's all straight ahead. 6:15, time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Mostly sunny today and hot, a high of 93, 67 now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN 615. Yes, indeed. Former president is now claiming that he was lying about having this classified Iran attack plan, saying that it was bravado. You know, when you hear him say that, and I'll get into the particulars of what the New York Post and others, by the way, are reporting, but I don't know if that excuse holds water. And I'm not criticizing Trump. I'm not defending Trump. But when he's literally saying, look at this, and he's got that piece of paper, look at this, well, then obviously there was an actual piece of paper. Former President Donald Trump now says he was just waving around random sheets of paper when he claimed on tape that he had classified documents related to a potential military strike against Iran. The comment, he told reporters for ABC News, I would say that it was bravado. If you want to know the truth, it was bravado. I was talking and just holding up papers and talking about them, but I had no documents. I didn't have any documents. Well, the problem is you can hear the documents rustling in the background. The 77-year-old former president claims that he was lying during a taped conversation while speaking to individuals working on a book for his former chief of staff at his Bedminster, New Jersey golf club back in July of 2021. The latest explanation from Trump expands on his insistence on Monday that the leaked audio recording of the meetings is actually an exoneration. So you've got that part of the story. And again, I just, to me, that doesn't hold water because the president, I mean, you can hear the paper. You can see him telling the folks there that were with him, look at this document that completely exonerates me, so on and so forth. So on the one hand, you could say that, yeah, these documents, they do exonerate Trump from this notion that he wanted to attack Iran. I mean, I don't know about all that because obviously I don't have security clearance to see these classified documents, nor is anyone showing them to me. That's number one. But also number two is this whole charge or the indictments, all of these indictments, a lot more serious than, somebody accusing the former president of wanting to attack Iran. And if I was going to play devil's advocate to Donald Trump, I could say, well, maybe it was your idea, and then you asked the Defense Department to come up with some plans, and so they gave you the plans. I don't care. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the president saying, what if we did this? You know what I mean? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, as far as these documents go, the other thing that I would say is, all right, as I've been very consistent all along, there's nothing wrong with the president having these documents if they're declassified. But here's the problem. The problem is that this is not how you handle these types of documents. You can have them for your own, records, but just don't show them around. I mean, I think that's been pretty consistent where people have said, far smarter than me, that this is not how you handle, classified or not, this is not how you handle top secret documents. So the president, on the one hand, quoted by ABC News, is saying, oh, yeah, this, this whole thing is, they weren't really documents. They were nothing at all, so on and so forth. Well, then he was cornered by Fox Digital, where he said in a separate interview that he actually didn't do anything wrong. This is former President Donald Trump.
Very clearly, I had a whole desk full of lots of papers and mostly newspaper articles, copies of magazines, copies of different plans, copies of stories having to do with many, many subjects. And what was said was absolutely fine and very, very perfectly. We did nothing wrong. This is a whole hoax. This is just like the Russia deal. This is like the fake dossier. The dossier was a fake. It's all been a big fake. Ukraine. We went through these things ad nauseum, and this is 7 years of this stuff, and now this one.
Yeah, and he's, of course, right when he talks about all of this as far as the, Russia, Ukraine. See, the president is right about that. He actually he's got history on his side when you say that he has been a victim over and over again of persecution within the media and within the FBI. So to me, when you look at the history of Donald Trump and his relationship with all of these different entities, yeah, he does have a very good point. He also says, the former president said that he's not concerned about this stuff at all.
You're not concerned then with your own voice on those recordings?
My voice was fine. What did I say wrong in those recordings? I didn't even see the recording. All I know is I did nothing wrong. We had a lot of papers stacked up. In fact, you could hear the rustle of the paper, and nobody said I did anything wrong other than the fake news, which, of course, is Fox, too.
Are there any other recordings that we should be concerned of?
I don't know of any recordings that you should be concerned with, because I don't do things wrong. I do things right.
So there you are. That is former President Donald Trump. And yeah, there's a little bravado there as well. Obviously, that's part of what, a lot of people are attracted to with former President Donald Trump. And so Erin shot me a note. She says, can they talk to the 4 people that were in this room? You had a staffer. I think you had somebody from the RNC. You had a writer who was the person that was recording the interview, or the what do you call it? The conversation. And so the question is, have those 4 people been interviewed by the DOJ? I'm reasonably certain that they have, because while Trump is saying, well, these documents, they had nothing to do with Iran, they were blank, there was newspaper articles. I mean, the former president seems to be obfuscating all of this, and he's got different answers. My question would be, what did those 4 people say when they were interviewed by Jack Smith and the DOJ? Because I'm certain, relatively certain, that they have been interviewed already. But again, all of this to say that I don't think that any of this rises to the level of the dozens of indictments that have come down against President Trump, especially when you look at what's going on with current president, former Vice President Joe Biden, not only with his document situation, but also with all of this influence peddling, with Hunter Biden. I do have, by the way, a big update on that story for you coming up at 6:35 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. Have you ever thought about why we invest in the stock market? Well, you often hear because we want to protect ourselves from inflation. Well, what is inflation? It's prices going up. Who's raising prices? Companies. What do you own when you own stocks? You own the companies raising prices, so it helps protect us from that. The other thing is this. Think about the most successful people you know. They're typically business owners. And you get to be a business owner when you invest in the stock market. Now, if we think about the stock market, a lot of people worry about, well, what if the stock market drops and it never comes back? Well, this is another thing that I like to explain to people. If the stock market goes down and it never comes back, what does that mean? That means that earnings went down and they never came back up again. So earnings went down. If earnings go down, what else goes down? Taxes go down. If taxes go away, what else goes away? The government goes away. If the government goes away, the FDIC goes away. So think about it. Everything is built on the stock market. That's why I don't ever worry about the stock market going down. Everybody has the same goal in mind when stocks go down. Get it to come back up because we got to get earnings to come back up. Now, you have two things at your control to get earnings to come back up. One is sales. We can change what we're selling or sell more of whatever we have if we can. And if we can't do that, we can reduce our expenses. And that's exactly what companies do. You'll notice that they lay off people when things get bad, and hence that is why the stock market has recovered from every downturn throughout all of history. Now, if you want to learn more about our approach to investing in financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call or call 615-851-1950.
Extreme heat and Tennessee's power grid, disease-carrying mosquitoes prompting a heads-up in Tennessee and across the nation, and the air travel nightmare continues, and it's not even Independence Day yet. These stories and more at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. You know, Ken, apparently I'm afraid of the Democrats.
Are you?
And I'm not a true patriot because I reported the story on Donald Trump. 9985 on the Super Text line has been triggered. Says I'm not a true patriot because I am reporting this story regarding Donald Trump. Now, here's what I don't understand is I reported the story, which is my job. I played the audio, which is my job. I gave both sides of the story. I gave Trump's side and I gave the prosecutor's side. I also said that this is absolutely leaked on purpose because it is a distraction against, it's a distraction from Hunter and Joe Biden. And I also said that this whole thing with Trump, it does not rise to the level of all of these indictments. So I'm not exactly certain how it is that 9985 says that I'm no longer a patriot.
You can't please everybody, Brother Dan.
No, I can't. You know what's so funny, though? I wish that I could, and I can't do this with the super text line, but, you know, it used to be when we'd get, like, nasty emails, you could... I can't do this on the super text line because, of course, it's on the computer.
Well, we should come up with an emoji.
I should come up with that's what we need to do.
Yeah, a crumpled paper emoji.
When people send us nasty grams on the super text line, we should come up with a sound effect that, is indicative of... some ass-foolery that is coming on the 629 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, 615-737-9986. That is the super text line. Coming up next, what is the media trying to do as far as distract you from what is really going on with Hunter and Joe? I've got the full story and the update coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Listen, if you need a lawnmower, if you need furniture, if you need appliances, if you need anything for your home, go to my friends at DT McCall's. You can either go to them online or in person. Now, when I needed an oven, I went to dtmccalls.com and I looked at all of their selections because they've got a massive selection of appliances at dtmccalls.com. Now, if you buy something online like I did, they're going to deliver it for free and, yes, haul away the old stuff as well. And at DT McCall's, the price on the tag is always the price. They don't try and sneak in additional charges. That's what I call Middle Tennessee values. They've been here in the volunteer state for nearly 100 years, treating people right and doing what's right, which is offering great products at fair prices. So check them out today. DT McCall's 5 locations. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to stop by. Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin, always online at dtmccalls.com.
.30 on the dot this Wednesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Facing a few potentially dangerous days due to extreme heat we are in Middle Tennessee. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. The weather situation is such that Nashville Electric Service says it will pause disconnection for non-payment starting today. NES says if you're having problems paying your bill, just call them. Meanwhile, the state's largest power supplier, TVA, is prepping to keep the power grid from crashing.
That includes maintenance, ordering spare parts, and ensuring our employees can work out into the heat. It's all designed to do one thing, and that's keep the power flowing.
That TVA spokesman talking to News 2 there. December's Arctic blast, you'll remember, brought rolling blackouts for the first time in TVA's history, and in the aftermath, changes at TVA that he just mentioned. Right now in Nashville, Metro Health says it has detected disease-carrying mosquitoes in some traps set up across the city.
It's called the West Nile virus. The good news here is that only about 20% of people who get infected with this virus ever actually feel symptoms. Usually that's just a fever, but it can rarely turn into a fatal neurological illness. The best way to stay safe from the virus is to not get bit. So insect repellent, long sleeves, and pants when outside for long periods of time are recommended. I'm Mac Morey, WTN News.
Yeah, a trap set up in parts of Antioch had some mosquitoes that tested positive for the virus. Meanwhile, the CDC issuing an alert for malaria this week. Dr. Deborah Howery says the U.S. typically sees about 2,000 cases of malaria a year, but that's from people traveling abroad and catching it over there.
What is different this time and why we put out the health notice to doctors and to the public is we had 5 cases of domestically acquired malaria, meaning people got it from in the United States, 4 in Florida and 1 in Texas.
No one's contracted malaria from within the United States in more than 20 years. And the travel nightmare continues ahead of Independence Day. Hundreds of flights already canceled or delayed because of severe weather and FAA staffing shortages. Friday is expected to be the peak travel day for the Independence Day holiday. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 6:33, Nashville's Morning News. Friends, if you need a personal injury attorney either now or later, you've got to call the guy that I endorse, John Griffith. He is a personal injury attorney that was honored as the Outstanding Trial Lawyer of the Year here in the state of Tennessee a few years back, and that is one of many reasons why I do endorse John Griffith. This is a guy who is not afraid to go to trial if it means a better outcome for you. Now, John wrote the book, literally, on how to handle these types of cases and help get clients what they deserve. Now, you can find that book. It's called The 10 Worst Mistakes You Can Make with Your Tennessee Injury Case. John offers it for free on his website because he really wants you to come in prepared. That website, by the way, griffithinjurylaw.com. To John and his team, you're not just another case or a quick settlement. John Griffith is going to get to know you and your case and then work really hard to protect you and your family. He is hated by insurance companies and loved by his clients because he is always working hard for you. And he is a conservative Christian whose goal is to provide exceptional customer service for his clients. So check him out online. It's griffithinjurylaw.com, 615-807-7900, 615-807-7900. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out for personal injury attorney, John Griffith. 6:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver as well. How are you, friends? It is Wednesday, June 28th. So there is some news to report related to, of course, Hunter Biden and Joe Biden as well. And I'm going to tell you right now, it does not look good for the president. And the closer that we look, the closer that you look at what is going on with President Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, the guiltier he looks. Now, the media is finally, slowly but surely, starting to cover this. So here's the latest on the Hunter Biden saga. I will say that there's a lot going on, but it has now exposed not only a way overexposed Hunter Biden, of course, we've seen enough of this guy, but Gary Shapley, the IRS whistleblower, he now has given an interview to CBS, and he's doing a lot of talking. Now, it's one thing to hear from Shapley's lawyer. It's another thing to read from whistleblower testimony. But when we hear from the actual IRS whistleblower on his experiences in dealing with the DOJ, dealing with the higher-ups at the IRS, and what he has seen, not only as far as what Hunter has done or is accused of, but also hearing about and dealing with the roadblocking of the DOJ, it is incredibly effective. Listen, this is, again, Gary Shapley, the IRS whistleblower.
If this was any other person, they likely would have already served their sentence.
Gary Shapley was a lead IRS supervisory agent in Operation Sportsman, the investigation into Hunter Biden. Shapley said he uncovered conduct that warranted more serious charges.
There were personal expenses that were taken as business expenses. Prostitutes, sex club memberships, hotel rooms for purported drug dealers.
Yeah, I mean, did you hear the story about, I'm sure I had forgotten to mention this, but did you know that Hunter, he tried to write off as a business expense membership into this sex club in LA? He actually got kicked out of the sex club after like an hour. How much of a degenerate do you have to be to get kicked out of an LA sex club? I mean, think about that. And of course, you just heard Shapley. He's talking about some of the various things that Hunter wrote off. You know, the membership to the sex club. You can talk about, you know, the prostitutes and a lot of the other things that he has written off. Clearly, this is something that he was so incredibly emboldened by. And there's an arrogance to what Hunter Biden was doing because he was clearly Joe Biden's son. They say that Hunter Biden illegally deducted over $100,000 in payments toward that sex club membership and a prostitute from his taxes, according to congressional testimony given by these IRS whistleblowers, including Gary Shapley. Shapley also told the committee that Hunter Biden had booked a whole bunch of flights for prostitutes as well. So I guess he was flying them in wherever it was that he was at the time. So there is a lot going on here. Now, one thing, again, that strikes me is the arrogance of Hunter Biden in the sense that he believes that he can get away with it. And I love how you still have the defenders of Hunter Biden where they're saying, oh, but you know, he was on drugs at the time. He can't possibly be held accountable for any of this. Well, of course he can. So he made all of these illegal claims or write-offs. He owed a little over $2 million in back taxes from 2014 and 2015. Shapley talks about that.
The back taxes were paid off, and last week, the Trump-appointed U.S. Attorney in Delaware, David Weiss, reached an agreement with Hunter Biden. The president's son would admit to a firearm charge and plead guilty for his failure to pay taxes. If a judge signs off, the deal means no jail time.
Now, that's the big question from that report on CBS is, okay, so will the judge actually sign off on that? And that's a big question. Also, by the way, just real quick, on that $2 million, remember that Hunter didn't even pay off his own taxes, which is crazy when you think about it. It is a couple of $1 million. And he didn't pay off his own taxes, despite the fact that you're a guy, Hunter Biden is a guy who's received millions and millions and millions of dollars from China and Russia. Romania is another one of those countries. And he didn't pay off his own taxes. A big shot Hollywood lawyer, a guy by the name of Kevin Morris, paid off Hunter Biden's delinquent taxes. This was a story from a while ago. They call this guy Kevin Morris. He's, again, a Hollywood lawyer. They call him Hunter Biden's sugar brother, who was paying off Hunter's taxes, paying his rent, his living expenses as well when Hunter was living in Los Angeles. And also Hunter was selling his art. And this guy, Kevin Morris, was helping Hunter sell his art as well. So you have the accusation that U.S. Attorney David Weiss was blocked from bringing more serious charges by Merrick Garland, a claim Weiss himself made before he changed his mind. Now, what is this IRS whistleblower? What does this whistleblower say to CBS News about that from his firsthand experience? That audio is coming up next. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Mostly sunny today, hot, a high of 93, 67 now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Just giving you the very latest on the scandal involving Hunter Biden, President Joe Biden, influence peddling. I mean, you've got all kinds of things swirling around the current president, his son as well. Of course, there is this cover-up that is going on. You've got the message from the WhatsApp and just so many things that are going on, and it is stunning. Finally, it does seem like some of these allegations are simply too big to ignore. CBS doing a story on this yesterday or last night, and they did actually speak to the IRS whistleblower, Gary Shapley, and he was part of this meeting where U.S. Attorney David Weiss, he said that he was blocked from bringing more serious charges by Merrick Garland, a claim Weiss himself made before he changed his mind. Here's that audio, again, from CBS News.
I'd say he was given complete authority to make all decisions on his own.
I documented exactly what happened, and it doesn't seem to match what the Attorney General or the U.S. Attorney are saying today.
That was audio from Merrick Garland, where he was saying that David Weiss, this is the guy from Delaware, the U.S. Attorney in Delaware, where he is on the record as saying that he was given complete authority and he wasn't blocked in any way, shape, or form from filing any kinds of charges. Well, that is completely the opposite of what he said in this meeting with other members of the team and other members of the IRS when they were speaking to him about all of this. He said to them, and they all took notes, there's 6 witnesses to this, where he says, yes, they did interfere, that Merrick Garland did interfere with the investigation, and that, yes, he did prevent Weiss from filing, 1, more serious charges. Number 2, did not allow him to have special counsel status. And, of course, you had other judges as well across the country in D.C. and also in California that would not give him jurisdiction in those states. D.C. is not a state, but you get what I'm saying. So that's the problem. That is the problem that you have with U.S. Attorney David Weiss, is clearly somebody's lying. And that's going to be the big question. It is clear, though, that Hunter Biden did get a sweetheart deal. Here's more from Gary Shapley.
It was just shocking to me.
Shapley, who is still working for the IRS, told us that even before President Biden took office, he was directed to avoid leads involving Hunter's father.
There were certain investigative steps that we weren't allowed to take that could have led us to President Biden.
And you wanted to take them?
We needed to take them.
And you weren't allowed to take them?
That's correct.
That's what he says. Now, they did mention that while some of this was going on, Donald Trump was president, maybe there were some protocols that impeded the investigation as well, but they didn't ask him in the midst of this interview, and at least if they did, they didn't talk about what may have within the Trump administration may have impeded that investigation. This whole thing really falls on Merrick Garland because he is the one that is seemingly caught in a lie. This was such a short 2.5-minute package that there is so much more that CBS did. Shapley says that Weiss asked for that special counsel, didn't get it. The special counsel authority didn't get it. Shapley also says, going back to what I was saying about California and the District of Columbia, D.C., Shapley says that they were blocked from pursuing charges in D.C. and California, which, of course, is confusing considering the statement from Merrick Garland as the Attorney General.
Mr. Weiss, who was appointed by President Trump as the U.S. Attorney in Delaware and assigned this matter during the previous administration, would be permitted to continue his investigation and to make a decision to prosecute any way in which he wanted to and in any district in which he wanted to.
Yeah, that's what Merrick Garland said. And so you look at what the Attorney General is saying, and then you look at what Shapley and others are saying, and something is simply not making sense.
The only person with authority to make somebody a special counsel or refuse to make somebody a special counsel is the Attorney General. Mr. Weiss never made that request to me.
Can you explain the rationale for not appointing a special counsel in this case?
Mr. Weiss had, in fact, more authority than a special counsel would have. He had and has complete authority, as I said, to bring a case anywhere he wants in his discretion.
So you look at Weiss, you look at Merrick Garland, and the stories are just not consistent, and the stories are not adding up. So there's a lot more to this. I'll have more for you coming up after the news at 7 right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Also, by the way, coming up, the controversy. We all remember this chant. I played this audio for you. I think it was Monday. Also, it came up on Tuesday. Yeah, you remember that drag queen parade out there in New York. We're here, we're queer, and we're coming for your children. Believe it or not, NBC News actually tried to spin this in a way to make it less horrifying, and what they actually did was make it more horrifying. And I guess the question is, why is CBS actually NBC, why is NBC trying to somehow defend what I would say is the indefensible? Well, we've got that story for you as well, straight ahead. And yes, indeed, more ridicule on Bidenomics. It is all straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. These are the folks that I trust with my home and with my HVAC unit. High today about what, 93, going to get hotter? Last thing you need is your AC going out. You need to do what I did over 9 years ago. Become a Beehive member and ensure that you're running at peak efficiency for maximum comfort. And by the way, if your AC does happen to break down here in the middle of summer, well, you get front-of-the-line service when you are a Beehive member from Busy Bee HVAC. You're going to get it quickly. You're going to get it fixed quickly and efficiently. Of course, part of making sure that you stay cool in the summertime is maintenance. Becoming a Beehive member means you get 3 thorough maintenance services a year, including plumbing, plus no overtime charges 24/7 and 10% off of all repairs. So again, do what I did years ago, hard to believe almost a decade ago. Become a Beehive member from my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. Telling me you heard about them from Dan Mandis on Nashville's Morning News. The website, busybeehvac.com.
Extreme heat and what's being done to protect Tennessee's power grid from collapsing. We'll tell you about it at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 6:57 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, if you want to watch the radio show on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, 997WTN.com, you can with Super Talk TV. You can also hear the web show on your radio. 99.7 FM. Dan Mandis here. The Super Text line is up and running. All kinds of feedback today, both positive and negative. 615-737-9986. I do actually enjoy the negative as well. So I appreciate all of your feedback. Coming up next, even more on Hunter and Joe. Also, how the media is trying to spin this horrific chant that I played for you. We're here, we're queer, and we're coming for your children. And NBC News tried to sanitize that. It is all straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Seven o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories staring down the next few days after today, which could be potentially hazardous to your health when it comes to extreme temperatures. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Yeah, starting today, Nashville Electric Service will pause disconnection for non-payment. NES says it still wants to make sure everyone is safe when these high temperatures hit. And if you have problems paying your bill, NES says just call them. Meanwhile, TVA, the state's largest power supplier, says it's working to protect the power grid.
At TVA, we've been preparing since winter and in the spring to ensure that we can keep the power flowing.
That spokesman talking to News 2, and you'll remember that December's Arctic blast brought rolling blackouts for the first time in TVA's history, and in the aftermath, TVA made changes. Local utilities, meanwhile, say the best way to keep the power grid intact and your home cool at the same time is to turn the thermostat to 76 degrees, scale back using appliances, and then close the blinds to keep your home cool. Covenant School Shooter Manifesto update. Governor Bill Lee stopped short of calling for its release when asked by reporters yesterday. His response to families of the victims who want to keep it private.
I mean, it's hard to express to the parents opinions about anything. They alone know the pain that their families have endured and the difficulty and struggles of that. I can't understand that. I can understand that it is a very bad situation for them. I continue to believe that Tennesseans need clarity about this.
Lee says clarity in regards to why information has not come forward and releasing information if it's appropriate. A special legislative session to enact new gun laws is set to begin August 21st, although the governor's not officially called it yet. The air travel nightmare continues coast to coast. Here's Stephanie Ramos.
More than 11,000 flights canceled or delayed Monday and more than 9,000 Tuesday. And the ripple effects growing this morning. Days of bad weather causing an already fragile system to melt down into a cascade of cancellations, leaving travelers stranded, sleeping on cots, some on the ground, with nowhere to go from New Jersey to Denver.
Yeah, some frustrated passengers told they won't be able to reach their destinations until next week. This as the TSA predicts record volumes ahead of 4th of July, making it even harder to rebook. Later today in Chicago, Andy Field previews a speech which the White House hopes will help spread what will be a winning election nickname.
The president will highlight his economic vision for the nation for the next few years and call it Bidenomics, a brand name that polling shows many Americans don't agree is working, with a recent ABC News poll showing 54% of the country thought Donald Trump did a better job with the economy. President's press secretary disagrees, saying voters they talk with support the president's policies of making smart public investments, helping grow the middle class, and promoting competition.
Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Futures are mixed ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 23, S&P down 6, NASDAQ down 55. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville's morning. Nashville's morning news with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:08, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Very busy hour. Let's get right to it for your Wednesday, June 28th. And so we've been Fox News leading with this as well. CNN, of course, leading with Trump stuff, going after the former president regarding the indictments. You know, it is interesting when you consume as much media as I do, you really do learn to spot the bias, not only, of course, in what these outlets, it's like what Uncle Phil used to always say, right? It's not what they tell you. Sometimes it's what they don't tell you that is oh so revealing. And so when you've got CNN and the networks and you've got all these folks that are focused on Donald Trump, yet you don't have a lot of outlets covering the situation with Hunter and Joe Biden. That tells you all you need to know. But here's the thing. It's all been very consistent. Now, in the last hour, I spent time playing for you audio from the whistleblower himself, talking about Merrick Garland and the folks there at the DOJ blocking the request from David Weiss to get some special counsel status or to file charges, heavier charges against Hunter Biden, and of course being able to file charges in places like Washington, D.C. and California. Clearly, if you look at the abundance of evidence, you see that Hunter Biden, not only is this guy, he's even seedier, I think, that even I expected. When you look at some of the things that he tried to do, you know, writing off hotel rooms for drug dealers and flying prostitutes all across the country and writing these things off as business expenses. $100,000 into a sex club, a membership into a sex club in Los Angeles, tried to write that off as a business expense as well. Yet he was able to get away with a couple of misdemeanors. And then you look at, again, the clear, I would say, the obstruction of the DOJ into the investigation from U.S. Attorney David Weiss, and it is abundantly clear what happened. And so now the conversation turns to the judge in the case. And should the judge even accept these plea bargains from Hunter Biden? Now, I will tell you that no, he shouldn't. Matt Whitaker is a former acting U.S. Attorney General, and he was on Hannity last night and paints a picture of a lot of people who seem to know what's going on. And this clearly, obviously, is a vast cover-up pointing to a number of different directions. So again, now the question is, what should the judge in this case do? This is Matt Whitaker.
Merrick Garland is being kept in the dark by a lot of this. He's not communicating with these U.S. attorneys in Los Angeles and the District of Columbia who are doing his dirty work. Plus, the Deputy Attorney General, who has day-to-day oversight of those offices, certainly is trying to keep things out of Merrick Garland's office. And I would also, not only would I bring those U.S. attorneys in front of Congress after they bring the 6 witnesses, I would also bring the Assistant Attorney General in charge of the tax division who would have had to have approved or be involved in these cases, because all of those people know a bit and a piece here. But at the end of the day, Merrick Garland was not honest with the American people, and we need the truth in this case because it just smells really bad.
Yes, it does smell really bad. I mean, think about when you hear Whitaker, and again, remember, he's a former acting U.S. Attorney General. So he knows, the DOJ, and he knows how a lot of this stuff works. And so part of when he was listing all of those people, I started to think there are a lot of people involved in this. And as he said, maybe everybody's experiences, maybe just little bits and pieces here and there, but overall, when you put all of the puzzle pieces together, it is abundantly clear what is going on. And that is bubble wrap Biden, the entire bubble wrap Biden family. They are being protected by the DOJ. Now, remember, again, the judge in Hunter Biden's case does have to accept these plea deals. And Alan Dershowitz was also on Fox News, and this is part of what he had to say about the judge. And really, the judge has a responsibility to look at this thing and decide whether or not these plea bargains should be accepted.
That a judge need not accept a plea bargain agreed to by both sides if there is a problem here. And if he concludes, for example, that Weiss was denied the ability to investigate beyond Delaware, then the deal's off, because the deal probably ends any possibility of prosecution in the District of Columbia or in Los Angeles. And if those were foreclosed in violation of what Garland said would be available to Weiss, then the deal's off. And you have to go back to square one. You have to conclude the investigation, and then you decide whether or not to make a plea bargain. Right now, the judge should not accept this plea bargain without hearing from Garland, Weiss, and the 6 witnesses.
You know, there was a great super text, and it's something that I've been wondering myself, and that is, where is David Weiss in all of this? You know, the U.S. attorney there in the state of Delaware, who was supposedly investigating Hunter Biden and supposedly asked for this special counsel and was denied, and supposedly wanted to file more serious charges against Hunter Biden and was told not to, and was also not allowed to pursue charges in California and the District of Columbia. Because as I've been reporting to you, I'm assuming we've all been reporting to you, that his story doesn't match. He told all those people exactly what I just conveyed to you, yet he's also on record as saying that he was given full authority and that there was never an attempt on his part to go after Hunter Biden with more serious charges. And so his story doesn't match. And so now my question is, and the super texter asked a question as well, and that is, where is David Weiss in all of this? Because seems to be abundantly clear, this is from 69 to 88, that he's lying somewhere. Either he lied to those agents or he lied to the American people when he said that he was given full authority. But when the stories don't match and you've got Garland clearly, at least in my opinion, in the wrong here, well, then this is something that really does need to be looked at and really does demand, I would say, the immediate attention of the vast majority of the media who, at least right now, many of them continue to ignore this story. 7:16, time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. $7:17, mostly sunny today and hot, a high of 93 right now. 71 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And remember this chant. Of course, I've been telling you about this for the last, several days now, because it horrified many Americans. All right, so we're here, we're queer, and we're coming for your children. Everybody was horrified. And even on day one, on Monday, because that was over last weekend at one of these drag queen pride events. And so most folks were horrified, and I was sort of grappling and grasping for answers because I didn't really understand why in the world would they just come out and say it like this? Because this is what people have been saying and fearing for a long time about this whole, transgender activist movement coming after our children. NBC News. This is from Twitchy. NBC News tried to spin this thing, and they spun it in a very bizarre way. Here's what they tweeted out. The "Coming for Your Children" chant has been used for years at Pride events, according to a longtime March attendee and gay rights activists who said it's one of many provocative expressions used to regain control of slurs against the LGBTQ people. So they've always been creepy and weird. Is that what you're saying? So I think what they're trying to do, they're trying to akin it to, black folks. They use the N-word all the time. And if you talk to people who use the N-word all the time, who are black, they'll tell you that it's to regain control of the word and take away its impact and all those other things. Well, apparently that's what they're trying to say with this particular chant. We're coming for your children. Well, that's a threat. I mean, obviously that's a threat. And so for them to say, well, we've always done this, that's not making it any better. I mean, it's clearly not. And so for this community and for NBC News, I mean, I don't know if it sounds to me like they're trying to sanitize this chant, but it's not. It actually, at least to me, it makes it a lot worse. A lot of people saying, oh, yeah, this is one tweet. We've always been creepy pedos, they say. It's quite the defense. Again, doesn't make any sense to me. And here's the other thing is, okay, if this has always been a chant that they've used, why is it we're only finding out about this now? Why didn't the media report on the horrific nature of these chants years ago if this has always been part of those chants in that community? And again, I will tell you, there are so many people, and I said this the other day, and I've heard from people in the gay community who have come out and they've said that we want nothing to do with the drag queens who are riding naked on bicycles in Seattle. We want nothing to do with the chants that you're hearing in New York City. No, we're not coming for your children. On and on and on it goes. And so there is I would say, a very, very large part of the gay community that wants nothing to do with this trans activist wave and all of this that's going through America right now, this agenda that they have where they are chanting, we're coming for your children. A lot of folks in the gay community want absolutely nothing to do with this kind of indoctrination. By the way, I love this. This is from the Daily Caller. Biden administration, of course, releases an LGBTQ toolkit encouraging schools to support student sexuality clubs. So apparently we've solved all of the other problems that we have in schools today. Now the Biden administration is encouraging schools to support student sexuality clubs. What is in this toolkit? Oh, you've got to hear it to believe it. Stay close. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here in Nashville's Morning News. If you need insurance or you already have insurance, but you need to lower those rates, call the people who I would call King and Associates Insurance. They've been helping folks out for 25 years, still going strong because at King and Associates Insurance, they do treat people right. Now, they give you the independent agent advantage. They're going to weed out the non-competitive companies to give you the best price possible at King and Associates Insurance. You've got to call them and tell them Dan Mandis told you to call. You can get your royal review, 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121 for King Insurance, for my friends at King and Associates Insurance. Now, various ways they can help you save money. If you're new to Middle Tennessee, you need a new auto or home insurance agency. King and Associates Insurance, they can help you today. If you've got a high-value home, they can save you money like they've done for so many WTN listeners. By the way, multi-policy discount can also get you huge savings. So call them today. Again, that website is tkinginsurance.com, 615-329-8121.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. Have you ever thought about why we invest in the stock market? Well, you often hear because we want to protect ourselves from inflation. Well, what is inflation? It's prices going up. Who's raising prices? Companies. What do you own when you own stocks? You own the companies raising prices, so it helps protect us from that. The other thing is this. Think about the most successful people you know. They're typically business owners. And you get to be a business owner when you invest in the stock market. Now, if we think about the stock market, a lot of people worry about, well, what if the stock market drops and it never comes back? Well, this is another thing that I like to explain to people. If the stock market goes down and it never comes back, what does that mean? That means that earnings went down and they never came back up again. So earnings went down. If earnings go down, what else goes down? Taxes go down. If taxes go away, what else goes away? The government goes away. If the government goes away, the FDIC goes away. So think about it. Everything is built on the stock market. That's why I don't ever worry about the stock market going down. Everybody has the same goal in mind when stocks go down. Get it to come back up, because we got to get earnings to come back up. Now, you have two things at your control to get earnings to come back up. One is sales. We can change what we're selling or sell more of whatever we have if we can. And if we can't do that, we can reduce our expenses. And that's exactly what companies do. You'll notice that they lay off people when things get bad, and hence that is why the stock market has recovered from every downturn throughout all of history. Now, if you want to learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call, or call 615-851-1950.
Extreme heat in Tennessee's power grid. Disease-carrying insects, not just in Tennessee, but across the nation. Got a CDC advisory out. Travel nightmares, and it's not even July 4th yet. These stories and more at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, so real quick, the Biden administration releases this LGBTQ toolkit encouraging schools to support student sexuality clubs. Great point is why is there any kind of a sexuality club in our schools anyway? That's number one. Number two, this is, of course, catering to the whole LGBTQ thing. And what is in this toolkit, our schools, especially in major cities across the country, that you've got crime, you've got rampant out of control unwanted pregnancies, you've got abortions, you've got terrible grades, you've got horrific violence happening in the hallways. You also have kids that are absolutely scarred by the COVID lockdowns. Yet this is what the Biden administration decides to focus on, is these toolkits for creating inclusive and non-discriminatory school environments for the LGBTQI plus students. And of course, they want gender neutral language, and they don't want people to say mom and dad. They want you to say parents. They want to shield these kids from, book bans, all of this kind of stuff. And in reality, when you look at the challenges in our schools, especially in the bigger cities, this is the last thing that they should be trying to focus on. And let's face it, there is an agenda in the schools today, and most certainly on social media as well, to encourage this kind of behavior and this kind of a transition. It is 7:29. They call it a contagion. 7:29 on Nashville's Morning News. Genetics, stress, hormones, aging, all natural and inevitable factors that lead to hair loss. Now, fortunately, there is a proven way to reverse common and even rare patterns of balding using groundbreaking technology, Advanced Hair. And their simple one-day treatment regrows your own natural hair, even in those places where it's been gone for years. And it works for both men and women across all ages. Now, Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology and top-rated physicians have improved tens of thousands of lives. But time is of the essence. Hair loss from natural factors can eventually reach a point of no return. So you need to call these folks today for your free consultation and find out if you qualify for $500 off. Call them, Advanced Hair, 629-348-HAIR, 629-348-HAIR. They say we might not be able to prevent all the causes of hair loss, but you can regrow your own natural hair with Advanced Hair. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. So call them today. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 629-348-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
7:30 on the dot this Wednesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, staring down the next few days, which could be hazardous to your health when it comes to extreme heat. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Yeah, Nashville's power company is going to give everyone a break to make sure they're safe under this extreme heat. On the way, NES says starting today it's pausing disconnections for non-payment. Encourages anyone having problems paying their bills, just call them. And the message from the state's biggest power supplier ahead of tomorrow.
We're not anticipating having any issues due to, the extreme heat.
That's a TVA spokesperson telling News 2 they've been preparing since winter to protect the power grid this summer. You'll remember December's Arctic blast brought rolling blackouts for the first time in TVA's history, and in the aftermath, they've made some changes. Elsewhere in Nashville, the Metro Health Department says time to protect against a mosquito-borne illness that comes around every year this time of year.
It's called the West Nile virus. The good news here is that only about 20% of people who get infected with this virus ever actually feel symptoms. Usually that's just a fever, but it can rarely turn into a fatal neurological illness. The best way to stay safe from the virus is to not get bit. So insect repellent, long sleeves, and pants when outside for long periods of time are recommended. I'm Mac Morey, WTN News.
Yeah, mosquitoes in traps in Antioch tested positive for the virus. As of yesterday, there have been no human cases reported. Holiday travel time upon us, and many Americans experiencing a nightmare even before the 4th of July crush, thanks to severe weather across the nation and other factors.
Hundreds of flights are already canceled or delayed today, most of those on the East Coast. The FAA just last month, though, announced more corridors in the sky, which was supposed to ease flight congestion and provide more flexibility. The big question now, though, does more need to be done?
Lionel Moe says some frustrated passengers have been told they won't be able to reach their destinations until next week. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 7:33, Nashville's Morning News. I just got back a few weeks ago from an incredible weekend at Twin Creeks. out on Timms Ford Lake. And as I've been telling you, it's been a few years. So I wanted to go back and check out how much they've grown at Twin Creeks. And let me tell you something. It is an incredible resort. Now, I stayed in one of their many cottages right there on the water. Best part is going out on the elevated back deck and enjoying coffee and looking out over the water and the trees. These cottages, I can't recommend them enough because it is a great place to vacation. It is a great place to weekend as well. And by the way, if you've got your own RV, Twin Creeks has phenomenal space for that as well. So you can RV there as well. You can park and play at Twin Creeks. And those amenities, they are getting better and better. They've got that amazing marina still, incredible boat docks, and yes, that floating bar and restaurant that serves great drinks and food, plus, of course, miles of hiking trails and boat rentals, etc. So you've got to check them out. Twin Creeks is simply terrific. If you're looking for a great place to weekend or vacation, go where I go. Twin Creeks, an hour or so outside of Nashville, and definitely worth the drive. Check them out online. It's twincreekstn.com. That's twincreekstn.com. .738, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Mostly sunny today, by the way. A high of 93. Want to welcome on into the program Andy Ogles, 5th Congressional District Congressman. Andy, thank you very much for joining us here on Nashville's morning news. And, it's funny. I was just talking about this thing the Biden administration wants to do, and it's infuriating. The headline is, I don't want to redo the whole bit, but the headline is from our friends at the Daily Wire. Biden administration releases LGBTQ toolkit, encouraging schools to support student sexuality clubs. And it's all about, protecting these LGBTQ kids. And of course, one of my questions was, why are we having sexuality clubs in the first place? But you've got a couple of bills there in the House of Representatives that are really designed to take care of and prevent this kind of wokeness in our schools. One of them prevents the teaching of transgender ideology, if you will, in schools. Talk a little bit about that particular bill.
It's really straightforward. And good morning, by the way. It's not surprising that.
Andy, I don't know if you can. I don't know if you're in D.C. or Tennessee, but you're not coming in real good. If you can get I think it's the transgender activist blocking Andy's signal. I think that's what it is. If you can get near a window or something, Andy, let's try it again.
All right, can you hear me now?
I can. Go ahead. Let's see how it sounds.
Well, I'm not surprised that any of this kind of nonsense is coming out of the Biden administration. And I hate to disparage the president, but this guy has a history of putting his hands and sniffing little girls. But that being said, the bill's straightforward. You can't teach this nonsense in our schools. There was a time in our history, and we've talked about this before, where children were sacrosanct, regardless of your political affiliation or your religious affiliation or non-religious affiliation. Kids were sacred, but now they're a target of this leftist radical agenda, and we've got to take a stand and say enough is enough. And I would encourage the churches to stand up and get louder and be a voice in this conversation, because it is a direct assault on our family. Then I have another bill that on your federal forms, whether it's your driver's license or any form that you might fill out, it should only say male or female. Look, if you die today and you're buried and they dig you up 100 years from now, you're a dude or you're not a dude in that coffin. Now, you may be a dude in a dress in the coffin, but you're still a dude. And so we've got to quit placating and buying into this fantasy that there's more than two genders. There's just two. It's science. End of discussion. And the fact that we're even, you've got Russia. Think about this. Russia is now more conservative and more religious than we are right now as a nation. That should say something. It should be a wake-up call to the American people.
Well, it's just, it is, but in the previous segment, I talked about how, this whole gender identity issues and, kids wanting to transition genders and so forth. And it is a contagion. We've talked about this before. I've interviewed Matt Walsh from Daily Wire. He had that whole documentary, What is a Woman? And it is a contagion on social media. And of course, it seems now like the Biden administration is just all in as they are releasing this toolkit to support these sexuality clubs. And, my worry is, okay, so what kind of agenda is going to be within these sexuality clubs? Are you going to have, a kid who's gay walk into that sexuality club, and all of a sudden you're going to get all of this nonsense about, well, what you really need to do to solve all your problems is to change genders. And so that is, of course, part of the problem as well, is the persuasion that could happen in an environment like this. And you're right. I appreciate what you say about, having just, the federal forms, male or female. Let's transition away from that, no pun intended, to the investigations going on in the House of Representatives. So I and other talk show hosts on WTN, of course, talking about everything that's going on with Hunter Biden. You do have a number of different investigations. You've got House Ways and Means. You've got House Oversight, I believe that there is. You've got James Comer, Jim Jordan. And so there's a number of different investigations that are going on. And so let's just do a real quick sort of summary of the investigations that are going on into Hunter Biden and ultimately Joe Biden as well.
Yeah, and one last comment about the transgender thing and the comment that it's contagious or a contagion. Ebola is contagious too, but you don't want to catch that, and nor would we allow it to spread through our society. And it's time that we quarantine it, contain it, and then do away with it. I mean, we've got to get back to family values in this country, or we're doomed. As far as impeachment goes, so you now have 3 investigations underway, which is rather remarkable for all of them to kind of be running concurrently. So you have the Oversight Committee, you've got a Judiciary Committee, and now you have Homeland Security due to the border crisis. I've also issued articles of impeachment. So what happened is Lauren Boebert used really a nuclear option, and she initiated a privileged motion. Now that is typically a procedural tool that is used on the House floor if you're in the minority, meaning you're the political party not in control. We are in the majority, so it kind of I won't say kind of ruffled some feathers. It very much ruffled some feathers of leadership because it did not go through the normal process. But that being said, leadership asked if Lauren would be willing to send it to committee and take it through the normal process, the normal order. So she asked me and a number of others to speak on the House floor and encourage our colleagues to go ahead and vote to send it committee versus killing it. So I gave a rather impassioned speech, and that's what ended up happening. And so there'll be a third investigation into the crisis at the southern border and the culpability of Biden. And so now you literally have a situation where as these continue to move forward, where Biden could be impeached on any one of the 3, if not all 3 of the investigations that are underway.
7:45 on WTN. Congressman Andy Ogles joining us. I've got a lot more straight ahead. Andy, hold on. Lots of traffic issues here in Nashville. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. .46, mostly sunny today and hot, a high of 93, right now 71. At WTN, Congressman Andy Ogles joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. So, Congressman, you filed articles of impeachment. Lauren Boebert, you just mentioned, she did as well. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene did. So everybody's filing these articles of impeachment. Is there a difference between all of these? And, you know, can you somehow consolidate all of these into one incredibly strong piece of legislation? I mean, how does all of this work?
Yeah, no, great question. So Marjorie's were actually filed at the beginning of Congress and were somewhat outdated, if you will, didn't have the newest information. So I issued articles of impeachment. My articles were the most comprehensive. It looked at the dollars that the Biden family has been taking, that this information has come out of the Oversight Committee under Chairman Comer, but also included the southern border. Lauren's articles of impeachment only addressed some of the issues at the southern border. So it really doesn't matter which one. Arguably, you would probably impeach on a particular vein. So in the Oversight Committee, they're really very much looking at the finances, the FBI whistleblowers, and some of the stuff that have been going on there. So that in itself could be an impeachment. But I took, like you said, a more comprehensive approach, laid out, here's all the offenses, the crimes and misdemeanors in totality that the president also issued articles against Kamala Harris. She's our southern border czar, and she has just been absent, going back in time under Obama. 1,000 migrant crossings a day or 30,000 a month was considered a crisis. It was an inflection point where the government had to take action to stem the flow of people coming into this country. But now, fast forward to Biden, we're hitting 250,000 a month, 300,000 a month. And just this year, now keep this in mind, we have caught 125 people crossing our southern border that are on the terror watch list. 125 just in the last 5-6 months. And keep in mind, it only took 11 to take down the Twin Towers. no telling how many terrorists who literally have walked across our southern border. If that is not terms or reason for impeachment for Mayorkas, Biden, and Kamala Harris, I don't know what is.
Well, and I clearly agree with you. It's almost like okay, so there's so many different reasons to want to impeach. Now knowing that your history in finances, Congressman Andy Ogles joining us, I know that you have no doubt been snickering like I have over this attempt to, reboot how Americans feel about the economy with the Biden administration now coming out with something called Bidenomics. And yesterday, Cringe Jean-Pierre actually had the audacity to come out and say that Reaganomics, back in the 80s, early 80s, Reaganomics didn't work. And, now it's all about Bidenomics. And so it's like, one, they're trying to reset history and change the narrative on Reaganomics, which a lot of people say that Reaganomics was a great thing. Of course, people on the left don't like Reaganomics, but it's a whole debate there. But I don't see how there's any debate on the Biden economy over the last 2.5 years.
Well, I mean, let's just be honest. Every American household has taken a pay cut because of inflation. You have working families that, qualified for a mortgage to buy their dream home, their first home, that no longer qualify. So if that's your measure of success, then Bidenomics is a step towards socialism, and it's successful, but no, it's not. I mean, gas costs more, bread costs more, milk costs more, everyday items. I went to the grocery for the family. We're home this week, and I was amazed at how much everything had gone up from just a year ago, from 2 years ago. And, it's expensive to go to the grocery. And we've got 3 kids. My 13-year-old's now bigger than I am. I mean, the kid eats like a horse, and it's like, holy cow, I'm going to go broke feeding this kid under Bidenomics. And so, again, it's a complete disaster. And keep in mind, this is the same president that, 4 days ago said he was going to build a bridge across the ocean. Yesterday, he just said, while reading a teleprompter, quote, he read a quote, and then he read the phrase end quote. So he's supposed to pause there for dramatic effect. I mean, this guy has literally lost his marbles, and that's our commander in chief. It's a sad day for America. It's a sad day for our foreign policy. And if you're China and Russia, and which I believe personally the CCP is the existential threat for the United States, they are laughing at us right now.
Let me ask you, Congressman, and I don't know, this may be a knuckleball, curveball, whatever, but there's so many different controversies swirling around Joe and Hunter Biden, right? And they're all connected in one way or another. But you've got the 1023, you've got, all of this money that was funneled through the bank accounts, the suspicious bank accounts into the pockets of the Biden family. You've got the WhatsApp message about the influence peddling. I'm not, by the way, calling it influence peddling. I'm calling it influence threatening, because that's what Hunter did on that WhatsApp message to that business partner with connections to the CCP. If you could pick one thing that would be an impeachable offense, what do you think would be the strongest case? And by the way, I could make that's a long question, I'm sorry, but I could make a case that all you have to do is look at the president's lack of cognitive function and say that that's why, because that, at least to me, is the most provable reason why Joe Biden shouldn't be in office. But all of that being said, if there was one thing that you could say that is the most profound impeachable offense, what would it be?
Wow. So in the oversight committee,
I know this is a hard one because there's so many.
Yeah, I mean, there are some missing links in the case. Some of the financial documents, there's some pieces of the puzzle that they don't have yet. So I would say that one would be on hold, and I would go to the southern border because of the fentanyl crisis, because of, again, the number of Chinese nationals that are, and these aren't folks necessarily that are coming here looking for a better, life. They're coming here to undermine the United States of America. The terrorists from the Middle East that are coming here. I mean, these, to protect the American people, to have a secure border we've got to get back to the idea that, and look, you and I could be, or you and maybe one of your listeners could be on different sides of the coin as to what the solution, the long-term solution for immigration policy is, but we must all agree that you have to have a secure southern border. And when you, again, think about this for a minute. 125 terrorists, they're on the terror watch list, came into our country.
Nope. Well, it looks like we lost Andy. We got it, though. Thank you, Andy. And I think that's an interesting question. If you could pick one reason why Joe Biden should not be in office, as I asked Congressman Ogles that question, there's so many. There's the cognitive decline. There's the issue on the southern border. There's the influence and the corruption. We've got, of course, as I've been discussing ad nauseum, there's the DOJ and the FBI protection of bubble wrap Biden, all of these things. But if there is one thing, I would have to say that there's one thing you can't argue with. You cannot argue with his cognitive decline. 7:54 on Nashville's Morning News. Friends, everything is changing so fast these days. That is a great thing. Now, back in my day, we were lucky if we could get one video to load on our desktop computer. Lucky for us, there's the Xfinity 10G network right now. That means the fastest internet with faster speeds rolling out every single day. And internet that can power a house full of devices all at once with ultra-low lag. Now, that is what's going on in my house. With Amy and Riker, she and I are both working from home in our respective offices. And Riker, he's off playing video games and doing homework online in his room. What can Xfinity do for your house? It's the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And right now through July 30th, new customers can get 200 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $35 a month. $35 a month for 2 years and no annual contract. Plus, you'll get your Wi-Fi equipment included. Find them at xfinity.com/10G. Call them at 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
8 o'clock on the dot this Wednesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories ahead of what could be a couple of hazardous health days due to the weather. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Yeah, starting today, Nashville Electric Service will pause disconnection for non-payment due to the extreme heat on the way. NES says it still wants to make sure everyone's safe. And if you have problems paying your bill, NES says just call them. Meanwhile, TVA, the state's largest supplier of power, working to protect the power grid.
At TVA, we've been preparing since winter and in the spring to ensure that we can keep the power flowing.
That spokesperson talking to News 2, and you'll remember that December's Arctic blast brought rolling blackouts for the first time in TVA's history. And in the aftermath, they've made some changes. By the way, local utilities suggest turning your thermostat to 76 degrees. Scaling back on appliance use, also close the blinds to keep your home cool and keep demand off that grid. Covenant school shooter manifesto update. Governor Bill Lee stopped short of calling for its release when asked by reporters yesterday. His response to families of the victims who want to keep it private.
I mean, it's hard to express to the parents opinions about anything. They alone know the pain that their families have endured and the difficulty and struggles of that. I can't understand that. I can understand that it is a very bad situation for them. I continue to believe that Tennesseans need clarity about this.
Now, he's talking about why information has not come forward, also the release of information if it's appropriate. A special legislative session to enact new gun laws is set to begin August 21st. However, the governor has not officially called it yet. Air travel. Stephanie Ramos says the coast-to-coast nightmare from severe weather and FAA staffing shortages continues ahead of what's expected to be the busiest July 4th weekend on record.
The FAA has admitted it is understaffed at key facilities, including one right here in the New York City region. The TSA is predicting that the peak of this 4th of July holiday travel will be Friday. So Friday is likely to be the busiest travel day when they expect to screen nearly 2.9 million flyers.
Some frustrated passengers told they won't be able to reach their destinations until next week. A report card from the Fed today on the health of the nation's banks, the annual stress test to determine how much capital banks would need to survive an economic downturn. This is the first one since Silicon Valley Signature and First Republic banks failed. And some consumer news with Jim Ryan telling us about another crackdown underway on account sharing.
First it was Netflix, now Costco is clamping down on membership sharing. The club-based discount retailer says it's noticed more abuse of card sharing since it expanded self-checkout to more of its stores.
Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Futures are down ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures off 17. S&P futures down 10, NASDAQ down 64. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
808 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I know. You cannot impeach Joe Biden on cognitive decline. The 25th Amendment. I was just kind of riffing as we wrapped up the last hour, and, what is the most obvious reason to be able to get rid of Joe Biden? And to me, it is the cognitive decline. And so we were talking about that in the midst of, the impeachment of Joe Biden. You've got Andy Ogles. Let's see now. You've got Andy, you've got Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert. So the three of them, and we asked Andy, if you missed it, you can find it on the Super Text, the WTN TV, Super Talk TV. But he was explaining the differences between everyone's different impeachment, articles of impeachment. And it does seem to me that if there is an obvious reason why Joe Biden should not be in office, it is the cognitive decline. But you can't do that through the House of Representatives. Too bad, because you really should be able to, because clearly the Democrats and Joe Biden's cabinet, they're not going to do anything about this. Kamala Harris, although I think she would throw Joe Biden in front of a train if she could, she's not going to do anything about it either. So there's no real way to look at Joe Biden without the help of his cabinet, without Kamala Harris doing something about Biden's obvious cognitive decline. So as far as the impeachment goes, there's a number of different reasons why. I believe that Biden should be impeached. I see where they are going. The question is, I was talking to Cameron Smith, who's up after 9. The question is, okay, so what is the precise high crime and misdemeanor that Andy Ogles, Congressman Andy Ogles, would pinpoint as far as the reason why Joe Biden should be impeached? And he talked about, Andy Ogles talked about the border, because I asked him, I think that was the question. With all of these things that are out there, what is the one thing? And he said the border, because it is clear that the president it is a dereliction of duty. Now, does that rise to impeachment status? It seems to me that this was so incredibly obvious that Joe Biden was ignoring, and Alejandro Mayorkas, of course, ignoring the problems on the southern border. And one of the president's jobs is to protect America, protect our sovereignty, right? So it makes sense to me. But also, and I told Cameron this, that I do understand that this is not going to go anywhere in the Senate. That's number one. Number two, who knows if it would even pass the House of Representatives, because there's a lot of Republicans who have in the past shown some discomfort with trying to impeach Joe Biden. What I would say to that is that the Democrats, and I've said this many times before, the Democrats lowered the bar for impeachment. Remember when they were impeaching Donald Trump, it wouldn't go anywhere in the Senate. Everyone knew that, because they didn't have the control that they would need in the Senate to impeach Donald Trump. So they were able to get it through the House. And then, of course, we know what happened in the Senate. But the Democrats, they did, in my opinion, and we talked about this at the time, they lowered the bar for impeachment. And so now it's turned about as fair play. Now the Republicans are doing that. Now with the dereliction of duty on the southern border, does that rise to the level of impeachment? Does that rise to the level of a high crime and misdemeanor? Or is President Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas, are they just bad at their job? Now, I would say, and I've spoken to both senators, I've spoken to many Republicans in Congress, and they believe, and I do believe as well, that the dereliction of duty on our southern border, I don't think it's Biden being bad at his job. I think it was purposeful. I think that when Biden comes in and he just puts out the welcome mat for all of the illegal aliens, he, stops construction of the border wall, and Title 42 is gone, and the Remain in Mexico policy is gone, and you have everything, you've done everything you can do to demonize the Border Patrol. I mean, to me, that was all purposeful, to get as many people into our country illegally as possible so that ultimately they will go to some of these Democrat-run cities. You can get more seats in the House of Representatives if you can get them counted in the census. I mean, we've talked about all of these things. So I guess that is the question that someone like Andy Ogles, and I did ask him a couple of weeks ago whether or not he thought that it would pass. And he said effectively and essentially, he said no, and I'm paraphrasing now, it more than likely wouldn't pass the Senate, but it is important to let the American people know what the Biden administration is doing to destroy our country, sort of like narrative control. But anyway, there is a lot that's going on within the situation regarding Hunter Biden, Joe Biden as well. And there's a lot of discussion right now about Hunter Biden and about the DOJ blocking the investigations into Hunter Biden, and that's been a constant conversation. The question is, does any of this have to do with Joe Biden? Now, what I would say is, because there's some Republicans, even Andy said, there's some holes in connecting Hunter to Joe. The question is, do you believe that Joe Biden really was sitting next to Hunter Biden when he was threatening that business partner in China with connections to the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party? Because Hunter said, yes, my dad is sitting right here, and he was using his dad's influence as a tool to threaten this guy. Now, earlier in the program, I talked about how Donald Trump has been saying, I was just, I didn't really have those classified documents in front of me. I was just sort of, bragging and bloviating and that kind of a thing. But I didn't actually have them as I was speaking to these people. Now, those 4 people that were in the room with Donald Trump, they may have something different to say. But was Hunter Biden doing the same thing as it relates to Joe Biden? Was he just using his dad's name and his dad's assumed influence without his dad actually being there? See, that's the whole thing. And that's why when we cover these stories, there's so many different angles. And, I had several segments earlier today where I had all kinds of audio, I had news articles, I had stories. And I agree with you. Some of you folks that say, man, all of this is hard to follow. Even if you know the story, it's hard to follow. I get it. I do. The takeaway to all of this is that it is, even if you don't keep track of the dates, you don't keep track of the charges, you don't keep track of exactly what happened. The takeaways are this, is that you have Hunter Biden, who clearly should be in jail, and he's not because of who his father is. And at least to me and many others, it is abundantly clear that Hunter has been engaged in trying to peddle his father's influence for a lot of years. And Joe Biden has been caught in a red-handed lie by saying that he never spoke to his son about his overseas business dealings, when in reality he has. And that has been proven time and time again. Oh, and wait, there's more. Now Biden has changed his narrative, and he now says that the president says he was never in business with his son. So you see how that nuance has now changed. So while a lot of the details and a lot of the layers, I understand it is really tough to follow. Trust me, I get it. But at the same time, those are the 3 big takeaways. 8:17, time to check the roads. A little late from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. All righty. Thank you very much. 817, mostly sunny today and hot, a high of 93 right now. 76 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here on Nashville's Morning News. And, you know, as you look at everything that's going on, you know, I've covered so much this morning. One of the things that got a lot of traction, and I'm going to go ahead and restate my position on this whole notion of Bidenomics and how you do now have the president and his administration and his, folks out there trying to spin the economy. One of the things that went down yesterday during the White House press briefing is Karine Jean-Pierre was not there. There was a fill-in, a woman named Olivia Dalton, and she's talking about how the American people, and this is leading to a lot of ridicule of the Biden administration, as it should. This is part of what the media asked Olivia Dalton, the White House press corps, and her response is absolutely classic Biden.
Polling continues to show this pretty large disconnect between the economic successes that you all are touting and highlighting this week and the way Americans are actually feeling about the economy, the way they're feeling about their own wallets. You know, inflation and recession fears continue to be a pretty big pull on the president's popularity. So why do you think that is, and is this big rebrand going to be enough to bridge that divide and turn things around?
Well, what I would say is that the president's economic policies are incredibly popular. When you ask people what they think about investing in our roads, bridges, and airports, when you ask people what they think about educating and empowering workers, when you ask people about how they feel about reshoring manufacturing jobs and investing in America, those things are incredibly popular.
So, but if you listen closely to what she said, that's not that's not our economy. She talked about roads and bridges, right? So that is infrastructure. Everyone knows that that's infrastructure. She talks about manufacturing jobs, which I debunked that yesterday when Biden is out there saying, oh, we've got, we've created all of these manufacturing jobs. Well, a lot of those jobs were created under the previous administration, the Trump administration. But, when we talk about the economy, typically we're talking about the price of stuff.
And we find that when we go out and we talk to people about it, they support Bidenomics. And so that's exactly what the president is going to be doing in Chicago tomorrow. And that's exactly why we're talking to Americans about everything that he's doing to make sure that we grow the economy by growing the middle class, give people the support that they need to grow our economy for us.
And yet, despite those numbers that you just cited, I mean, according to our last poll, 54 to 36% say Donald Trump did a better job handling the economy when he was president than Biden has done so far. You aren't announcing anything new necessarily this week. You are just, sort of highlighting and touting what you've done. Is that enough?
Well, what I would say to you is look at where we were when we came into office, when after 4 years of Donald Trump, unemployment was over 6%.
That is so infuriating. When she said that earlier, when I played that audio for you earlier, I pointed out that when Donald Trump was wrapping up his office, his tenure in office, his first term, we were coming out of COVID. And so the more that the Biden administration plays politics with what happened during COVID, the worse that they look. But that also is just clearly a provable lie.
And today we are standing here at a time where unemployment is at historic lows. We've seen inflation come down by 50% over the last year. 11 months straight, inflation has come down. Our economy has recovered faster than any major economy in the entire world. And that's happening because of President Biden's leadership, because of the economic agenda that he's put forward.
No, actually, not the case at all. We still have higher inflation than when he took office. The price of gas is still higher as well. And yeah, inflation may be down from, where it was a year ago, but it's still a lot higher than, quite frankly, it should be. And a lot of the inflation that we're experiencing, as you know, is because the amount of money, the spending packages that the president has forced down, in my opinion, the throats of the American people. So the more that they try to spin this Bidenomics, and the more that we know that their spending did cause inflation, the more that we understand that for the president, they need to figure out a message that is not just a simple provable lie because you can tell. All you need to do is do a modicum of research to understand that the economy isn't anywhere near where it was a couple, 2.5 years ago when the president took the oath of office. It is 8:22 on Super Talk 99.7. Homeowners, when you think that you might have an issue with your home, you need to call the experts at United Structural Systems when it comes to waterproofing, foundation work, or concrete leveling. Now, you do know that this stuff does get worse over time, so call the company that I've done business with over the years, USS, United Structural Systems. They've got 23,000 satisfied customers that USS have helped over the years. Again, I am one. Ellen is another one. Now, she heard about USS from WTN, and she said that they had great experiences with USS. They made the whole process painless and easy. They actually communicated and made sure that we understood exactly what they were doing. Ellen says it was clear the crews at USS took great pride in their work and customer service. Yes, they do have a great work ethic. They are honest, and they are certainly capable and fair. Many reasons why I love USS, and so does Ellen. So call them today, 615-488-7855. This is the company who cares and the company you can trust. They guarantee their best. Call USS at 615-488-7855. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to call, USSTN.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. Have you ever thought about why we invest in the stock market? Well, you often hear because we want to protect ourselves from inflation. Well, what is inflation? It's prices going up. Who's raising prices? Companies. What do you own when you own stocks? You own the companies raising prices, so it helps protect us from that. The other thing is this. Think about the most successful people you know. They're typically business owners. And you get to be a business owner when you invest in the stock market. Now, if we think about the stock market, a lot of people worry about, well, what if the stock market drops and it never comes back? Well, this is another thing that I like to explain to people. If the stock market goes down and it never comes back, what does that mean? That means that earnings went down and they never came back up again. So earnings went down. If earnings go down, what else goes down? Taxes go down. If taxes go away, what else goes away? The government goes away. If the government goes away, the FDIC goes away. So think about it. Everything is built on the stock market. That's why I don't ever worry about the stock market going down. Everybody has the same goal in mind when stocks go down. Get it to come back up because we got to get earnings to come back up. Now, you have two things at your control to get earnings to come back up. One is sales. We can change what we're selling or sell more of whatever we have if we can. And if we can't do that, we can reduce our expenses. And that's exactly what companies do. You'll notice that they lay off people when things get bad, and hence that is why the stock market has recovered from every downturn throughout all of history. Now, if you want to learn more about our approach to investing in financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call or call 615-851-1950.
Extreme heat in Tennessee's power grid. Disease-carrying mosquitoes are showing up across parts of Nashville, and the air travel nightmare continues, and it's not even Independence Day yet. These stories and more at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 8:29 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up, some good news, some encouraging news about one of your favorite ailing country stars. It is all straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. Window Nation. You know how much I love my basement studio, and one of the big reasons why is because I've got brand new windows in there from Window Nation. I've noticed it's a lot cooler down there, and with today and a high of 93, that really does come in handy because that means that my electricity bills won't be nearly as high. You can beat the heat with new energy-efficient windows from Window Nation and a great new deal from Window Nation right now. They're going to give you 2 free windows for every 2 that you buy with no limit, and they're looking out for you with one of their best deals ever. You go with Window Nation and you put 0 money down, make 0 payments, and pay 0 interest for 2 full years. You've got to call them soon because this Beat the Heat sale isn't going to last long. It's 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, windownation.com.
8:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We're facing potentially dangerous weather in the days ahead. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Yeah, it's so bad. Nashville Electric Service says it's going to pause disconnection for non-payment starting today. And if you're having problems paying your bill, NES says just call them. Meanwhile, the state's largest power supplier, TVA, is prepping to keep the grid from crashing.
That includes maintenance, ordering spare parts, and ensuring our employees can work out into the heat. It's all designed to do one thing, and that's keep the power flowing.
TVA spokesman talking to News 2. Right now in Nashville, Metro Health says it's detected some disease-carrying mosquitoes in some traps across the city.
It's called the West Nile virus. The good news here is that only about 20% of people who get infected with this virus ever actually feel symptoms. Usually that's just a fever, but it can rarely turn into a fatal neurological illness. The best way to stay safe from the virus is to not get bit. So insect repellent, long sleeves, and pants when outside for long periods of time are recommended. I'm Mac Morey, WTN News.
Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
At least investors managed one day of market gains. Headed into Wednesday's trading, NASDAQ futures were lower by 0.4%. S&P futures were down 0.2%. The Dow Jones was set to lose a fraction at the opening bell. On Tuesday, the Dow Jones surged 212 points and closed back near 34,000. The Standard & Poor's 500 added 1.15%. Advances for tech stocks drove up the NASDAQ by 1.6%. The White House now is considering new restrictions on the export to China of computer chips that are critical to artificial intelligence. The Wall Street Journal says today that new rules could be put in place in a few weeks regarding export to Beijing. And in time for the 4th of July, Pepsi is introducing ketchup flavored with cola at 4 baseball stadiums around the country. The mashup was made in conjunction with the Culinary Institute of America.
All right, 2 minutes into the trading day, and stocks are down. The Dow's off 72. S&P down 13, NASDAQ off 54. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 8:32, Nashville's Morning News. Got to tell you, so many people like me suffering from allergies. Zero Res can help you big time. Their phone number is 615-535-9376. Now, you do know that your carpet is the #1 air filter inside your home, which is why you need to keep your carpet really clean. As we like to say, Zero Res clean. They don't use harsh chemicals. That means pure safety for your family and your pets. Now, part of the Zero Res difference is that they have the highest approval rating possible from the mighty Carpet and Rug Institute. That's right, the Carpet and Rug Institute. Online reviews, equally as impressive. Facebook Nashville giving them 4.9 out of 5 stars. And Google reviews of Zero Res, thousands have spoken and given them 4.9 out of 5 stars. Now, right now, a great deal from Zero Res. 3 rooms of carpets clean for only $119. That also gets you a free hallway. So this deal keeps getting better and better with Zero Res. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $119, plus you get a free hallway and a 20% off of the air duct cleaning as well. So call them at 615-535-9376. Zero Res, 615-535-9376. You can also book online, ZeroResNashville.com. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards. It is the right way to clean. Mark Spain Real Estate. Friends, if you're thinking about selling your home, now is the time with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You can sell your home hassle-free this summer. Dan Mandis here. And yes, now is a great time to sell your home. Home values in Nashville continue to increase. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can receive the strongest cash offer in the industry and close within days. And with that guaranteed offer, you don't have to worry about restaining your deck or fixing the roof or keeping your home clean for showings. No, the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, we keep saying, it is hassle-free selling. And you're going to get the best deal with the least amount of hassle. They've got nearly 10,000 five-star reviews. Mark Spain Real Estate is the most trusted real estate team in America. So call them today at 855-299-SOLD and get your guaranteed offer today. There's no obligation, 855-299-SOLD, or go to markspain.com. That's markspain.com and start packing. .38 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the gang of 3 Amigos. I'm Dan. Johnny's there. Ken's over yonder. Morning, gents.
Good morning, boys. Yeah.
Top of the morning to you.
So I guess Biden's in Chicago.
Yeah, he's in the Windy City today, Brother Dan.
How's he know?
They had to call that the criminal city.
It's great to be in Detroit.
You see what happened? You see one of the big stories out there today?
It's very windy in Detroit.
Is they have hundreds of teenagers that literally took over a neighborhood and basically destroyed it. You know, what did you do during summer vacation when we were kids? Because these were all, teenagers, they say. And when I was a teenager growing up and it was time for summer vacation, like, what was your favorite thing to do during summer vacation? The last thing I dreamed of would be destroying a neighborhood. The worst thing I did during the summertime was maybe throw a roll of toilet paper over somebody's tree, TP a house.
I had girls at the house.
That's what Brother Johnny B was doing.
Of course Johnny did.
He had
well
a
done,
swimming
Johnny.
pool.
Well, Dad was gone.
Yeah.
At long periods of time. Nobody was there. Hey, come over to the house.
Hey, can I change my answer? When I was 10, watch this, Ken. When I was 10, I was toilet papering homes. But when I got to be 14 or 15, I had girls over to the house, too.
There you go, man.
Just like Johnny did.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Ken?
I was running around all night and sleeping all day.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's all you can do in Oklahoma and Kansas.
Yeah, because at least the heat wouldn't kill you at night in Oklahoma.
So go cow tipping?
No, didn't go cow tipping.
Down there in old Toklahoma.
Toklahoma, yes.
Toklahoma.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, so yeah, that's what's going on in Chicago now. You've got these hundreds of youths that have just destroyed this neighborhood.
Well, Dan, they're misunderstood.
Yes.
It's, Chicago's oppressive on criminals. And, it's too bad that Lori Lightfoot's been given the boot because she was really fixing things there in the Windy City.
Sure, and these kids, they just, they're oppressed. They want to.
Yeah,
They're just letting off some steam.
It's not their fault.
That's exactly what it is. They're just let them riot it out. Isn't that what the Democrats say?
What did we do? That's the big question.
That's
what
exactly
did we do
right.
to cause this?
Hey, by the way,
what? Chicagoans get everything. They have it coming because they keep electing these people to office.
See, that's the thing, Ken.
Good job, Chicagoans.
Well done, Chicagoites. Chicago people.
Windy Cityers.
Windy Cityan. Whatever. Moving on. But Ken, to your point, and Ken is spot on, which is if you live in a city and you're seeing it go to hell in a handbasket, like, for example, Chicago, well, you people did this. I mean, it's like, remember the one day, and then I'm going to move on. You remember the one day I was playing that audio of all of these people on the south side of Chicago, and they're screaming at the top of their lungs, really angry because all of these migrants are being shipped into the city. And I'm just like, who did you vote for?
Yeah.
Who did you vote for?
And what I wanted to say was welcome to Arizona's problems.
Exactly.
Texas and Florida.
Southern California.
So word of advice. Take the message seriously that I'm about to give you from the New York Post. You ready?
Okay.
Man dies after trying to drink all 21 cocktails on the menu during a family vacation in Jamaica.
Yeah,
That's a lot of cocktails.
Right.
It sure is.
That's a genius right there.
Well, you're not. There's a Democrat voter if I ever heard one.
I got to tell you, now, when I was on my honeymoon, I tried a lot of cocktails. I'm not going to lie. Didn't try all 21. The sad thing is this guy, again, he ended up dying. They've got pictures of his trip. He clearly had a very good time.
His liver was going, help.
Yeah.
Apparently, there is something out there called the 21 Cocktail Challenge.
Oh.
Of course.
Well, that's smart.
Yep.
Yeah. China's putting that up for everybody to see, especially your kids.
Yeah. 21 Cocktail Challenge. Johnny, what's the good news?
Hey, we got some uplifting news from the Toby Keith people.
Good.
It sounds like they're saying he's hoping to be on the road again soon. That they say he's planning some here and there concerts, like maybe 2 or 3 a week. And they say from him that his cancer, basically, everything he's dealing with his cancer seems to be going in the positive direction.
So,
this
where
is
they
good news.
Say, is it like in remission? Is that what they say?
They're not really saying it's in remission, but they say he's optimistic about his health. He said everything is in a real positive trend.
Good.
He said you never know with cancer, you just have to prepare. But he seems to be feeling well enough that he's thinking about going on the road a little bit at a time over the summer. So this is good news.
Great
this is
news.
Good, positive
That
news.
is great.
Way to go, TK. Yes, sir.
Anybody out there know Toby Keith?
I don't know him.
I've
I'd
never
love
met
to
him.
know him.
I would love to interview Toby Keith.
Oh, I bet that'd be a great interview.
That dude, first of all, his songwriting is amazing. And the fact that, you had a lot of people like the Dixie Chicks and others attacking him for the Boot in Your Ass song.
Yep.
Yeah, see, I would love to sing that every night, wouldn't you? Just to, I'd stick a boot up your ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. By the way, people taking note of my use of another term. I think I invented another term unwittingly
I think you
earlier
did,
today.
yes.
Do you guys remember what it was?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Johnny, do you remember what it was? I'll say it if you guys.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it.
Go ahead.
Assfoolery.
Yes.
Yeah, assfoolery. That's
Assfoolery.
what. Yes.
I was going to say asshattery, but it was assfoolery.
Assfoolery.
Yeah.
That's good too.
Yeah, but I like assfoolery more. That's a Danism.
I don't even know what I was talking about.
But it's perfect.
Chicago voters.
Yes.
Joe Biden.
Hunter Biden.
I'm in Detroit.
Can I just tell you how exhausting it is every day to come in here and try and explain all of this stuff? You've got so many different players. You got so many different countries, so many different crimes, so many different things that Hunter is accused of, Merrick Garland is accused of. It is exhausting. I think I want to take part in that 21 cocktail challenge.
Now you want them to do it. Here, Joe, try the 21 cocktail challenge.
So was this guy doing the 21 cocktail challenge like he was going to have all 21 in one sitting? And that's what killed him.
I don't know.
See, spread that out over 7 days or something, Have 3 cocktails a day.
He had been drinking brandy and beer throughout the morning.
Well,
goodness.
At some point during the day, this guy met 2 Canadian women celebrating a birthday.
Oh, boy. He wanted to impress them. Hey, honey, I'm doing the challenge.
The women told him they were trying to complete the 21 cocktail challenge before midnight as part of their festivities. So I don't know. Apparently, this guy was like challenge accepted.
Let me join in.
He is from the UK.
Oh, well, there we go.
Well,
that explains it, right?
Yeah, it does. I dare say, let me join in with you.
But he had bad teeth, too.
I bet he did, too. Look like Austin Powers. I get it. I have bad teeth.
Okay, so I've been struggling as to whether or not I should.
I'm not gay. I'm just British.
I've been struggling with whether or not to do this next story because it's hardly uplifting. But of all the ways to commit suicide, never in a million years would I think to do it this way. You know those big old jet engines?
Big old jet engines on big old jet airliners?
Yep.
Take me far away.
Apparently a Texas airport worker decided that he would commit suicide by getting too close to the jet engine so that he would be, as they say, ingested into said jet engine.
Wow, man.
Well, that was immediate.
That must have been a 21 cocktail challenge there.
What a crazy
That's insane.
This happened in San Antonio. Delta Airlines, and the guy apparently they say died by suicide. The ground worker, who has been identified as 27-year-old David Renner, was killed late Friday night by an Airbus A319 aircraft arriving from Los Angeles. According to a Monday report from the medical examiner, an autopsy on Renner found he was killed, obviously, blunt force and sharp force injuries, with the manner of death listed as suicide.
Boy, that's a way to go.
Yeah.
Somebody should have been keeping an eye on him. Sounds like he might have left some signals, maybe?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know. Very, very sad. They say on Friday, emergency crews responded after Renner was ingested into the jet's engine as the plane was taxiing to its gate.
How about that, travelers? If you'll look out the side window, you'll see. I mean, you talk about putting a damper on your vacation or wherever you're going. Wow. That was not a pretty sight.
No, definitely not at all. Earlier we were talking about what happened at the Pink concert.
Yes.
Where you had a fan throw her mother's ashes on stage at apparently the Pink concert. And so people are now telling me odd things and places where they've put their parents' ashes.
Yeah.
And
what's the oddest one that you've read so far?
One person did say, and they're reminding me of something that I said a long time ago, where it's not really odd, but it's just something that I've said that I wanted my ashes to go is, go to a baseball stadium at the LA Angels Stadium there in Anaheim, California, and take the tour and just take out a bag and sprinkle my ashes on the ground track, on the warning track.
It's illegal.
That's not illegal.
Yeah, I think you can get in trouble.
No, it isn't.
Yes. Yeah, I believe you can get in trouble for spreading human ashes
where they don't belong?
Yeah.
Well, then don't get caught. I'll put that in my will. Here's what I want you to do.
Famous last words.
Don't ask for permission.
Dan Mandis.
Don't ask for permission. Ask for forgiveness. Yes. And so you just, you know what? It doesn't have to be the whole urn. Okay, so it doesn't have to be the whole urn.
Yeah.
What you need to do is just get a big old plastic bag, go in the wintertime, wear a jacket, and when nobody's looking, just spread it out on the ground track or the warning track there at Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
Where the Angels play in Anaheim. Go down to Wrigley Field.
Yeah.
If you can survive the trip to Chicago.
What about Steve Perry's front lawn?
Wouldn't that be Detroit?
Steve Perry's front lawn. No.
So now I call to you.
Anyway, so there you go.
Well, that was awful.
That really was bad. Anyway, that's
Sorry
all I
about
got.
that, Steve.
By the way, in case people are asking who are watching on the Super Talk TV, what is with the sign behind me? They obviously missed the 535. Sign behind me, if you're watching on Super Talk TV, says, "Hey, Mandis, you going down like the Titanic." And there's actually a third grade rendering of the Titanic going down.
Boy, that's kind of a...
That is
yikes.
Matt Murphy.
I saw it being
That's okay.
drawn yesterday.
My rendering would be kindergarten. So just so we're clear.
Well, Dan, apparently you are either the guy falling off the Titanic or you're already in the water. That's what.
Yes, I think if you look real closely, that is Murphy pushing me off of the Titanic into the icy cold depths below.
Now there's a bulldog on the front of his cap.
And he also pointed out yesterday to me that you proudly are telling people about how you beat him in like Connect 4.
Yes,
and
at
also
the Iroquois steeplechase.
And also the pitch. But he said he beat you in some kind of deal. What was it?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, apparently you did.
And I'm just going to go ahead and time check it right now. No. All right, so right now it's 2-1. Mandis 2, Murphy 1. Very quickly because we're running out of time. So Matt and I threw out the first pitch at the Sounds game. My pitch was a lot better than Matt's. Matt's hit the backstop. So that's number one. So I had the best pitch there. Matt, when we were at the Iroquois steeplechase, he starts throwing down some, thunder, some trash talk that he was going to make quick work of Mandis on Connect 4. Well, Mandis made quick work of Murphy on Connect 4. Then,
boy, you're throwing
but
down.
He did beat me on the speed pitch thing at the Sounds game. So he and I both threw our hardest into the speed pitch thing. So you clock your pitch. And I think he came in at about, I want to say 72, 73. And I came in at about maybe 59.
Wow.
So it was not a good showing from yours truly. But you know what? I mean, I got a 55-year-old arm, and his arm is, I don't know, whatever it is. But
40s.
Yes. So anyway, so now the challenge is on for pickleball.
And that should happen on Friday Eve.
Maybe it'll happen on Friday Eve. We were
Yes.
joking again in the 5:35. Matt has enlisted the talents of Ramon.
Yeah, by the way, Ramon Foster told me in the break room this morning, he said he is in.
Yeah, he is.
He said he's ready.
So it's Ramon Foster and Matt against me. That's good.
Yeah, you got to find somebody really strong.
I ducked my head into the very large and luxurious studio for the sports station over there.
Yeah.
And I said, "Really, Ramon? You're going to side with Matt on this one?" And he said, "Man, I'm all in." So I don't know who I need to recruit for my side. But what I did tell Ramon was I'm going to hit the pickleball, right in between you and Murphy. And I want you to just knock Murphy out of the way, send him flying. And you just take over the game. He said he was also all in for that.
Very
I think
good.
Ramon would like hitting Murphy more than he'd like hitting the pickleball. That's what I think.
You're probably right.
The big ragu hasn't hit anybody in a long time.
He needs to get it out of his system.
Yep.
Yeah, he does.
There you go. Got to go. 8:54 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. Now, for the 4th of July, I'm going to be giving to this incredible charity because this organization does help our returning military heroes as they adjust to life back home after multiple deployments. So again, 4th of July, Independence Day is coming up. I'm going to do what I can to help our veterans. Now, we all know their challenges. They spent years away from family, friends, and support. Their needs are endless, and so is the compassion from the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. So I want you to check them out online. It is the Charlie Daniels JourneyHomeProject.org. If you have it in your heart and your wallet to give to this amazing organization, please do so, again, in honor of 4th of July. That website one more time, the Charlie Daniels JourneyHomeProject.org.